in the facility. Could we have a roll call for those in present?
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Morgan.
Here.
And Chair Warren.
Present. First item of business is our First State Memphis Quarter 3 review for the academic year. This was requested by Councilwoman Robinson, and I think we have someone on for a remote presentation. Who do we have that's on that's going to be presenting?
Good morning, it's Dr. Candace Thomas.
Hey, Dr. Thomas, thank you. You are free to begin your presentation. And if we could note that Councilman Ford is here for the record. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for your continued commitment and investment in Shelby County and the city of Memphis's pre-K program overall, and in particular, helping us with these classrooms in this school year. I'm just going to present really quickly on our Quarter 3 report. As you know, we report to both you and Shelby County Commission every quarter to give you an update on some of the major performance measures that we have all decided were really important to track over these years. So if you go to the next slide, I just want to remind us all that this is a part of a universal needs-based pre-K program. And as you know, this school year coming up, with the 80 classrooms that First State Memphis is administering and funding with your support, in total, Shelby County will have 8,500 pre-K seats. And so if we are able to sustain all of the seats across the county, across all funding streams, we will have reached the amazing goal of universal needs-based pre-K. So we have a lot to celebrate, and we'll keep you up to date on the number of seats and where we are with our goals as we move forward. Next slide, please. So as you may remember, the community decided on a couple of pre-K success measures: enrollment and attendance, pre-K growth, which includes reading and other developmental skills, and kindergarten readiness. Next slide, please. So for this quarter, the Quarter 3, which was February 3rd to April 15th, I will share our results with you. Next slide. So just to take us back to February through April, this was the time where a lot of our pre-K programs were transitioning from in-person to virtual. And so by the end of this quarter, by the middle of April, 91% of our pre-K classrooms were actually in person. So what you see here, what we say here, in person and virtual, just showing the transition from virtual learning to in-person learning. And by the end of the quarter, most of our classrooms were in person. Next slide. So for enrollment, we have really good news. As you may remember from last year and in other pre-K programs that you may follow, enrollment typically increases throughout the school year. And that's what we saw this school year as well through the end of Quarter 3. So as you see here, in total, First State Memphis had 1,195 students enrolled by the end of Quarter 3. That compares to 1,161 in Quarter 2, and obviously here, 1,071 in Quarter 1. So we were really excited to see that. And you may remember that because of this being a really different school year than previously, our enrollment is not as high as we would have hoped in any normal school year. But for this school year, having 1,100 students, we're doing very, very well. And we hope to see that the next school year, we do even better. Next slide, please. So while we saw that enrollment did increase in Quarter 3, we actually saw a slight decrease in attendance. So we saw that 83% of our students overall met satisfactory attendance, and that's a slight decrease of 2 percentage points from the last quarter. You all may remember in February, we had the snow and ice storm, as well as some of the water challenges. So we are, through our analysis, just really expecting that our attendance went down those days because of the snow and ice and then the unprecedented water challenge that we had. We all experienced different things regarding both of those events, and so did our 4-year-old children. Next slide, please. So you may remember that we also really track synchronous learning, really wanting to make sure that teachers are providing face-to-face instruction to students. And so we saw in this quarter that 81% of our classrooms met the goal of synchronous learning and 19% did not in total in terms of the minimum that we require 3 days per week. And again, we see this because of the snow as well as the snow and ice, and as well as the water challenge that we had. Next slide, please. A critical component of our pre-K program, as you all know, is family support and wraparound services. As a part of this, we ask families to fill out an assessment form so that we and via our family service workers can really help them reach whatever goals they have, or really understand their greatest needs and help them meet those greatest needs. So this quarter, we have 54% of our families, so a little bit more than 50%, did fill out a family outcomes assessment. And they told us that food resources were really necessary, that utility resources were necessary, and that healthcare referral and resources were necessary. This is slightly different from what you may have seen before from our families, whereas prior, our families also indicated that technology access was really important. Technology didn't rise to the top 3, but technology continues to be a need. And so the family service workers offered and provided the following in the purple box. So bus cards, job referrals and resources for affordable internet services, etc. And so this is just to make sure that a family has what they need so that their children come to our pre-K classrooms ready to learn, and so that they can start kindergarten in the same way. Next slide, please. So as you've seen before, we continue to show you our pre-K budget just to ensure transparency across our program. We are still, the budget you see here for year 2, which is the middle column, is still a projected budget. Our year end just ended June 30th. So the next time we present to you, I hope to have an actual budget for this past school year. And what you see in column 3 is a projected budget for the next year. Thank you so much for your continued commitment and for your investment of $6 million in this program. And as you see, this is how the money will be spent in the next year. Next slide. Thank you all so much again for your continued commitment to this pre-K program and pre-K overall for the city of Memphis. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Let's see if we have any questions from anyone here or anyone online. We look forward to your next presentation at the end of year. Thank you for the good work.
Thank you very much.
Our next item is a resolution from Councilman Ford to amend the grant allocations for fiscal year 22. Councilman Ford.
Okay, appreciate you, Chair. This is a resolution to amend Council FY22 grant allocations. There are 3 organizations that I would like to give $5,000 apiece to. That's MAP South, Joseph Mullins, NAACP, Vicki Terry, Christian Development Outreach Center, Aaron Campbell. That's what I would like to amend. I'd like to move that.
And do we have a second? It's moved and seconded by Councilman Johnson. Any discussion?
I'd like to say one thing, okay? And I hope everybody's listening to me today. not the council, but the people that want these grants. You know, we've worked hard, the council, to make sure everybody would be able to get some type of funds. Few people have called me, and I don't want nobody to threaten me to give them any money. You know, if they are worthy of having it and doing the job, I don't mind, and I don't think any other council member mind giving anything to help an organization that's doing something for the public out here. But I don't want no threats from nobody. I don't want nobody to tell me what to do with this particular money, and I've had them to come to me. One's on this list, which I don't mind giving, but they're telling me what to give. I want to spread it out where everybody can have some. Some is better than none. But I want all these other organizations that may need, when you go to your council member, please be polite, be kind, explain what's going on, but do not threaten the council member if we don't give any money. Some have already gotten plenty of money, but they want to come back and threaten. That's not a good thing for me, because I really didn't want to give this money. Because like I said, do not threaten us. We're trying to help everybody that we can. And I think this time, hey, that's why all the whole council, we want to spread it around, you know. But at least be kind to us. Do not threaten. And that's for anyone that's listening. Very important to me. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. Any other comments? If not, let's go ahead and
Same night minutes, please.
yes, we'll do this with same night minutes by voice vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it, and this will proceed with same night minutes tonight. Seeing there's no other business before this committee, we are now adjourned.
The hour is 9 a.m. and 34 seconds. It is Tuesday, July 6th, and I hereby call to order the Personnel Committee of the Memphis City Council. Ms. Crichton, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Ford. Councilman Warren.
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Chair Carlisle.
Present. Colleagues, good morning. It's nice to see you all. We have two items on this morning's agenda. Item number one, the reappointment to the Memphis and Shelby County Building Code Authority of Mr. Antonio Bologna. Now, please have a motion and a second to hear this item.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Smiley, seconded by Councilman Ford. Tony, good morning. Would you give us your name and address for the record and just a brief statement?
Good morning. I'm Tony Bologna, architect, developer, and development consultant. And this particular board is a pretty important board in that it controls the way we build things, how we build them, and the public safety is the paramount interest of this particular committee. And it's a pleasure to be on it, and I'm happy to serve.
Thank you, Tony. Colleagues, any questions or comments? I'll just say for the record, Tony, I always love bumping into you and seeing you, and just the way and the projects that you've touched around the city of Memphis definitely will leave an indelible mark in development, especially in and around the downtown area, all the way out to Crosstown Concourse. So thank you for all that you've done and you continue to do for the city of Memphis. Colleagues, with that, we'll take it to a voice vote. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, item number two, reappointment to the Memphis and Shelby County Board of Adjustment of Ms. Mary Baker and Mr. Tim Rainey. May I please have a motion and a second to hear this item? Moved by Councilman Smiley, seconded by Councilman Ford. Mary, good morning. Could we have your name and address for the record? I think you're muted.
So sorry.
That's all right. We all do it.
Yeah, I'm Mary Baker. I live at 2037 Higbee Avenue in the city of Memphis.
Colleagues, any questions or comments? I'd say the same for Mary. I think Mary's a known quantity around here, and we appreciate your service and your willingness to serve again. With that, colleagues, we'll take it to a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? And in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Mr. Rainey, good morning.
Good morning.
Can we have your name and address for the record, please?
Yeah, it's Tim Rainey. I live at 5144 Walnut Grove, Memphis, Tennessee.
Colleagues, any questions or comments for Mr. Rainey? All right. I'll make one brief comment as floated out there just for Ms. Baker and Mr. Rainey. At the last Board of Adjustment hearing, there was a appellant on a gas station on Summer Avenue, and needless to say, I think this body was very disappointed in the decision that was rendered, and certainly understand some of the merits of that decision and the case that was made by the appellant. But in all likelihood, I'll probably be coming to ask that board to reconsider that decision because I think this body's been very clear about how it feels, and timing aside, but I just wanted you to know while you were here that will be coming. With that, Ms. Logan? Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Logan.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'd just like to add that moving forward, I would hope that the new appointees or reappointments will be very well versed in Memphis 3.0. I've noted that a few times or more times than I'd like to see that the Board of Adjustment Land Use Control Board were not aligned in a lot of matters that really matter. So I would hope that those that are being voted in today would really take a look at the cases that are before you and make sure they're congruent with the Memphis 3.0 plan and the voice of the people. I know when the applicants come before you and they give their spiel, and if there's no one from the community there, sometimes it's just easy to vote with them. But if you would just make sure that you really consider the residents and the plan that we have moving forward, I greatly appreciate it and welcome aboard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Colleagues, with that, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Any other business before this committee? Seeing none, the Personnel Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby adjourned.
Carlisle.
Present.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Chair Warren.
Present. Our first item on the agenda is a resolution to accept and allocate appropriate grant funds in the amount of $52,000 from the Shelby County Sheriff's Office for Operation Relentless Pursuit Grant Program. This is all council districts and it's requested by the administration. Do we have anyone to speak on this issue? I need a motion in a second.
So move.
Okay. Now, any presentation necessary?
I would like to hear someone.
Please. Chief.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Consistency, Don Pro, 648 Drive.
And if you could hit.
So we do not have a formal presentation on this grant request, but this grant request is through the Department of Justice, administered by the Shelby County Sheriff's Department. It's $52,000 allocated for equipment for the multi-agency gang unit. That equipment includes a vehicle purchase, some equipment for the NIBIN project, and some other miscellaneous equipment.
Thank you. Any other questions, Councilman?
This suffices.
Okay, all those in favor of this, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. That passes. Our next item is a resolution to accept funding from the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation Volkswagen Diesel Settlement Environmental Mitigation Trust in the amount of $999,779.29. And it's to be used for partial funding for the purchase of medium and large trucks, all council districts, and also requested by administration.
So move. Second.
That's been moved and seconded, but no, it's been moved by Councilman Smiley, seconded by Councilman Carlisle. Mr. Knet.
We don't have a formal presentation. This grant is first of its kind that I know of. Our team's partnered to get this grant to be more green friendly. So the apparatus we're buying and the apparatus he's buying will be more environmentally friendly. And it's just part of our desires to try to use more electric, more hybrid type vehicles when we can in our division.
Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So these are partial fundings. Were these a part? Remind me, I think, because we approved the CIP budget in anticipation of this grant, and this is the matching section of that.
Yes, this is correct. This performance period for this grant is over 2 years, so this is to partially fund the apparatus. The other apparatus for this grant will be in next year's CIP presentation.
Great.
And these are apparatus that we would normally buy in our operations anyway. Fire engines, a hydrant repair truck, I believe is one of ours, and a logistics delivery van. So these are vehicles that we need in our normal course of business anyway.
That's great. Yeah, I know Councilwoman Logan and I are happy to see 2 dump trucks on there. So, all right, that's it. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions? All those in favor of accepting this funding, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. This item passes. Our next item is an update regarding permitless carry provided by MPD, all council districts, and this was requested by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Chief?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So thank you, Councilmember Easter Thomas, for this request. And the Memphis Police Department is pleased this morning to provide an update on the new legislation passed by Tennessee in reference to permitless carry in the state. So I'll start off just talking a little bit about the actual legislation. Permitless handgun carry prohibition, public information leaflet is where I'm going to start. So move to the next slide, please. And the next slide. There we go. So the actual permitless carry code is annotated 39-17-1307. And the updates are as follows. As of July 1st, 2021, Section G adds an exception to the unlawful carrying of a weapon statute if the person meets age qualifications, 2, person lawfully possesses the handgun, and the person is lawfully present in a place where he or she is allowed to carry the weapon. Next slide. So a little bit of a deeper dive into possessing. A person cannot obtain a permit nor be a permitless handgun carrier if they have a prohibition under TCA 39-17-1307, B1 and F1, and 18 USC 92, Section G, or any other state or federal law. The combined prohibitions to firearm possession under these statutes are 1, a conviction for a felony crime, 2, a conviction for a felony crime of violence, a conviction for an attempted felony crime of violence, a conviction for a felony involving the use of a deadly weapon, a conviction for a felony drug conviction, a conviction for domestic violence. So the operative word here in these first 6 are conviction. Is currently under a court's jurisdiction to prevent harassing, stalking, or threatening an intimate partner in such domestic violence type situations. Is a fugitive from justice, has renounced their U.S. citizenship, received a dishonorable discharge from the armed services. Is unlawfully in the United States, has been adjudicated mentally defective or been committed to a mental institution within the past 7 years. Is an unlawful user or addicted to any controlled substance. This is not just in the possession, but unlawful user has to be one of the elements here. A patient in rehabilitation or substance abuse, alcohol or drugs by court order, or a voluntary patient in rehabilitation for substance abuse, alcohol or drugs. 14, is receiving Social Security disability benefits by reason of alcohol or drug dependency or mental disability. Number 15, has 2 or more convictions for DUI, and that's 2 or more convictions for DUI in this state or any other state in the past 10 years, and none of these convictions have been in the past 5 years. 15, subject to any other state or federal law that prohibits them from possessing a firearm, so there's some reciprocity here. And number 17 has a conviction for stalking. So if a person has one of these prohibitions, they may not carry a handgun or firearm in Tennessee or be granted a carry permit. So that really deals with the possessing of a weapon. So the next area, next slide, is really talking about where it can be lawfully present. So all carry prohibited in these areas: judicial buildings, federal buildings, public schools, school buses, property owned, operated, or while in use by a school, private schools were posted under the influence of alcohol or drugs, consuming alcohol were authorized to serve, public recreational buildings, civic centers. The following is posted: no firearms, and that is a prominent sign posted. Private businesses, corporations, libraries, buildings containing law enforcement agencies, mental health, substance abuse, or intellectual and development disability facilities, juvenile facilities, licensed health, safety, and environmental protection facilities, Department of Human Services licensed facilities that administer a Head Start program. All other government buildings, if posted, no firearms allowed, plus security measures. And so where carry is allowed is any location unless otherwise posted or prohibited by law or permit is required. And these are the areas that an individual may carry with a permit only. Posted concealed firearms by permit only, government or private buildings, parks, unless in use by a school for an athletic event. We don't want individuals with weapons around our parks and schools. Full-time registered employees of universities, higher education institutions, campgrounds, greenways, and nature trails. So this basically covers the possessing and the various locations that carrying a weapon is permissible. The Memphis Police Department has also begun training our officers as well. We have put together not just this leaflet, but more of a flow chart for our officers so that they can understand how to acclimate into the application of this new legislation. We also have a video. Our legal liaison assisted in putting together a video for our officers, and training will be ongoing because we know that there'll probably be some challenges, especially as officers are accustomed to patting individuals down. So it'll have some Terry stop sort of implications to it as well. But we also plan to provide education and awareness for the public, because just sitting in some of our community meetings, there have been some concerns by community members about individuals that they anticipate may be bold enough to just walk them down the street now, but to expose weapons as well. So there's a little bit of intimidation factor in the community as well. So I'm open to any questions that anyone may have in reference to this new legislation.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, do you have any further comments since you brought this up?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director, for coming out and giving us this preliminary information. I know it's definitely something new and overwhelming for y'all to wrap your head around, but just for the good of our citizens and folks listening, what are some things that we as Memphians can do to further protect ourselves, or just further to be aware of the newness of this law and how it really implicates in the everyday things that we do?
Well, what we do want everyone to do is to understand that, you know, the Second Amendment does give our citizens the right to bear arms. However, this legislation presents challenges as it relates to just everyday living in the community, the nature of fear that may exist in community members that are already, you know, traumatized by gun violence. Our asking is that any community member that feels uncomfortable about the presence of a weapon, don't hesitate to call us. Mainly because, especially in communities where gun violence is prevalent anyway, it just requires officers to respond and be able to respond in a different way. You know, in the past, as I mentioned before, Terry stops were used by officers to protect themselves and make sure that other individuals were protected as well. In this new statute, we have to make sure that if we approach an individual, that we know for a fact that they're a convicted felon. And if we don't know that for a fact, that presents a different type of challenge for an officer. And not just that a person may have been charged with a felony. It has to be an individual who's convicted, and it sort of puts a barrier between the level of encounter and questioning that officers can have. But for our public, we want our public to partner with us to, you know, keep their guns safe, be responsible gun owners, and we plan to continue with education and awareness in that regard, because 40% of weapons that we seize off the street that are used in illegal activity or violent crimes are stolen from some legal gun owner from their vehicles, and that continues to be prevalent, not just here but around the country. So we'll be continue to educate our community too, but we'd like our community to feel comfortable with calling the Memphis Police Department and talking to us about their concerns, and we'll be happy to come out into, you know, the community as well to help quell some of their concerns.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councilman Smiley.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Davis. I have a quick question. So we talked a lot about, you know, the implications of the statute. What I would like to hear is, I think you mentioned something about training of the officers. Could you talk briefly a little bit more in depth about the training that the officers are undergoing, especially since this is a new era.
Yeah, it's
Not a good one.
no, it's not, because as you know, officers are trained and have been trained for years to be able to approach individuals that they have reasonable suspicion to believe might be involved in criminal activity. It sort of changes the whole narrative and what their approach is like, and how they encounter individuals, and it has to be based on their knowledge. So we just began our training, and we know that we plan to have continuous training with the officers, and some of the scenarios that they may encounter are scenarios that we haven't seen yet. So our legal liaison is here as well. He has put together, Zay Sling, he has put together a very helpful video, and that video sort of walks officers through a flow chart. If this is the situation, then yes, you can, pat and frisk or whatever the case might be. If this is the situation and all you see is an individual in the community bearing a weapon, this is not an individual that you have probable cause or even reasonable suspicion to stop and talk to. So it does create a different type of, training for our officers and guidance from supervisors as well, because we know there'll be a multitude of types of scenarios that will require us to learn as we go as well. So I don't know, Zay, did you have anything you wanted to add at this point, or did I cover it? Okay. And we'll continue to update you as far as what type of scenarios that present complications and challenges for the officers to sort of navigate through. It's just like in front of our government buildings here. A person comes in the government building, of course, he can't bring a weapon in. But if he's just walking past a government building, which is still a concern for us, and he has a weapon that's exposed, in this area, that would be a concern because we don't know that individual's intent.
So are we teaching the training of the officers, and also for the general public? Are we at the point where we're just assuming that everyone is armed at this point?
That's a good question. This past weekend, we were very concerned on July 1st, especially at 4th of July weekend over at on Beale Street in the evening and late at night. We were very concerned about, individuals coming to that area with weapons. So to answer your question, yes, we are training them in a way that they can use good common sense. Depend on the training that we're providing for them. We also have provided for them quick reference cards with that flow chart on it, because I don't think they're going to be able to just turn off the training that they've learned for years. So they're going to have to use those reference cards to really help navigate them through various scenarios.
That's all for me. Thank you, Director. And thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you. Councilman Smiley touched on a lot of what I was concerned about, and I'd love to see that video because I'm kind of curious how that's going to work, and this doesn't turn into public safety versus profiling because of the way somebody looks. I don't want to belabor the point. I love a good debate. My colleagues know that, and they're probably like, please don't start.
We know.
But yeah, I mean, look, the Second Amendment gives you the right to do it. The right and the need are two separate things. I'm not sure everybody needs to run around with guns. I feel like we tried that about 100 years ago, and we called it the Wild West. And Wyatt Earp said, no carrying guns in his town for good reason. It's shocking the impact that can have. I'll say something for the record that I've been hearing. This body is adamantly opposed to permitless carry. We encourage anybody that is going to carry a weapon to go get the training. It is mind-blowing to me that people view opposing permitless carry as tantamount to taking away their Second Amendment rights. We don't let you get in a car without going to driver's ed, buying insurance. You can't vote without registering. So I don't understand why we can't have a requirement of basic gun safety for someone. It is just shocking. I'll say this for the record, and my friends over here in the booth can go talk to some people at the state. It's my understanding that this is the beginning, that legislation will be coming to try and make permitless carry for long guns, which is astounding. We are a step away from becoming a third world country as it comes to gun violence. Somebody was robbed, carjacked on White Station this weekend with somebody holding an AR-15. And what are they going to do with a 9mm handgun against a high-capacity assault rifle? Not a lot. Not a lot. I really hope that our state legislature begins to see things through the lens of high-density urban communities and not just smaller towns and counties. They are much different needs. When your neighbor lives 25 minutes down a country road from you, is much different than when you've got an apartment building in a high urban area. So I felt the need to say that. I wish the police department will be thinking about you, praying for communities. But this piece of legislation is just absolute madness. And if there's anything that this body can continue to do to support, whether it's offering free training classes, I don't know what it is. But I'm just shocked that we're even having this discussion in the 21st century. It's crazy. With that, I yield.
Thank you, Councilman. I think that there's been, in our lifetime, we've seen what happens when everyone has an AK-47, and I think that's Afghanistan. So, I mean, everybody's got an AK-47, and that's pretty much, it's like the Wild West out there. So I agree with you there. Hopefully we will not see that legislation apply to urban communities in the near future. Thank you for your presentation. Our next item is an update from the police department on our rape kit backlogs. Chief, please proceed.
We're going to turn this part of the presentation over to Major Rosario, the commander of the Sex Crimes Unit.
Thank you, Major. Please come in.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Go ahead, Major. Thank you.
My name is Major Michael Rosario. I'm the commander of the Sex Crimes Unit. My address is 170 North Main. I'm here to provide an update on the Sexual Assault Kit Task Force progress. I do have a presentation, and thank you for displaying it. Next slide, please. Above is Mayor Strickland's executive order from the inception of this. We have our overall inventory of 12,762 sexual assault kits, 9,547 of which have been completely tested. We currently have 2,625 kits at outside labs for updated testing. We have 236 that are negative for serology that are yet to be identified and will eventually be sent for shipping, and 354 that have been turned over to outside agencies because they did not occur in our jurisdiction. Out of those 2,000, next slide, please, I'm sorry. The negative for serology project is updated DNA testing. So in the past, a sample or a kit was sent off for testing. If there was no presence of male DNA, that's where the testing stopped. There's been an increase in technology. We expected to see about a 5 to 10% return on that investment. We sent 2,625 kits to a private lab for DNA examination. 1,773 examinations have been complete. A 25% return, again, higher than our 5 to 10% expected return that were positive for male DNA. 128 of those reports have been forwarded to TBI for potential CODIS upload. And to date, we have 2 CODIS matches, which we are currently investigating. The next slide is our lawfully owed DNA project. Lawfully owed DNA is when a person who's convicted of requiring a crime that requires that they present or provide DNA has for some reason fallen through the cracks and not provided that DNA. This project will identify those individuals, hopefully allow us to then get that DNA from those individuals and continue our investigations. Since 76% of our DNA hits come from our local population, an increase of the profiles that we have on file will yield positive results. We've already partnered with TBI, the AG's office, Department of Corrections, the criminal court clerk, and the sheriff's department to fill some of those gaps where we found that people who were convicted of a felony who were out of custody were not providing their DNA prior to being released from custody or released from court. So we've already met with those agencies, come up with processes to close that gap, and we continue to monitor those processes. Next slide, please. We have our monthly investigation results. So project to date, we have initiated 7,484 investigations. 392 of those investigations remain active, leaving us 7,092 that are closed. We have a total of 711 requests for indictment. 305 of those are named suspect, and 406 are John Doe profiles. That is about a 10% solve rate for us, which is very much in line with national averages. Next slide, please. Our prosecution results were slowed a little bit last year because of the pandemic. We did not have court, but we are back in session in court, and we do have 4 trials scheduled this month alone. July 9th is Tori Edwards for aggravated rape. July 12th is Quantez Person for rape of a child. And on July 26th, we have Timothy Potts and Kelvin Stokes for aggravated rape. Next slide. One of our partners is the Shelby County Crime Victims and Rape Crisis Center. Their fiscal year 2020 numbers are presented in this slide. They served a total of 3,997 victims, 27% of which, or 1,064, were sexual violence, and 2,933 for other crimes. Taking a victim-centered approach, they are a great partner for us to work with. And they also provide us training, which we continue to update our investigators with. And at this point, I will turn over the presentation to Ms. Dewana Smith for no more.
Good morning. I'm Dewana Smith. I'm the coordinator of the Sexual Assault Kit Task Force. My address is 4494 Juniper Ridge Cove, Memphis, 38125. In addition to testing the kits, investigating and prosecuting cases, the task force is also charged with raising awareness and educating the public about the impact of domestic and sexual violence on our community. And one of the ways that we do that is through the Memphis Says No More campaign. It's a comprehensive messaging campaign supported by the task force and the Memphis Area Women's Council since 2015. In recent weeks, Memphis Says No More has been involved in a number of initiatives, including partnering with the University of Memphis for a virtual Walk a Mile in Her Shoes and 2 online panels about sexual survivor resources, how to report assault, and other issues. We've updated and printed the Memphis Says No More resource palm card about services available even during times of closed offices and staggered staffing hours. We've shared those new palm cards and other resource materials in Hope bags for Memphis Child Advocacy Center, Restore Corps at Hope House, and Memphis's Juneteenth Festival, and at monthly community unity walks against gun violence. We've joined with others in raising awareness of murdered and missing Indigenous women by collecting red dresses and sharing resources at the public opening event for the month-long red dress display at Shelby Farms Park. We spotlighted human sex trafficking in and online women talk meeting featuring local experts at street level, working at the street level, and we've created and distributed a new survey about attitudes towards sexual assault and domestic violence to gauge the impact of the Memphis Says No More campaign messaging. And our next slide shows the different ways that the Memphis Police Department can be contacted. Emergency situations, of course, we recommend calling 911. And anyone who has a kit and need information about those kits can email us or call the number shown. And now we will take any questions you may have about the No More campaign or about the statistics on testing and prosecution.
Thank you. Just one question. What are the process changes that you initiated, that you were speaking of, that where you were changing processes?
So we've we continue to innovate. We challenge ourselves daily to do better and to serve our victims in a better way. We've completed our inventory. We took on the negative for serology project. We started the lawfully owed DNA project before it was mandated by SACI, and we're trying to do our best to stay ahead of the curve and anticipate the needs of our victims and community in that way.
Thank you. Councilwoman Meester Thomas.
Thanks, Jay. Thank you all for giving us this update. What is the expected completed timeline for the processing of kits, and then separately those who are being taken to court?
So right now we are in the middle of accepting or applying for another SACI grant, which will take us through 2024. So all of our timelines are taking us through the end of September of 24. We're assigning cases for investigation out of those 12,762 at a rate to stay ahead of that curve. So at this point, we'd have to assign about 130 a month to make that number. We've tasked our supervisors in that unit to assign a minimum of 150. We've hired additional data entry folks this year. We were able to repurpose some monies from the grant to get the data entry folks to get hired, to get that, then the numbers entered into a database that our U of M partners can help us process those numbers. So everything is on pace for September of 2024 at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman Carl.
Thank you, Chair. On July 1st, the TBI, a new law went into effect requiring the TBI to create a database. Let me make sure I get this right. My question really is, what impact will it have in coordinating with the TBI? So the TBI is required to develop and use an electronic system that tracks the location and status of each rape kit and gives victims access to the system through a tracking number. The victim must be notified 2 months before destruction or disposal of the evidence in the kit. How is that coordination going to work? Have you heard from the TBI? What can we expect? What can victims expect?
We work closely with TBI. In fact, we meet with one of the representatives weekly. So this is a new law they're recently being held responsible for. We're working with them in that process and getting it online, and then the compliance portion of it. We already meet some of the standards in that, in having our testing, all of our new kits are sent to TBI within 96 hours versus the 168 we have now. So we're already ahead of the curve in many ways, and we will continue to partner with TBI as they develop this new program and institute it.
Thank you. And so just more to the point, you guys are clearly using best practices. It's been an incredible turnaround over the last several years, but I guess TBI is leading this. It'd be great to get an update on when kind of their Gantt chart as they develop this database and this system, when victims can start to expect, things like having the ability to track their case and what's going on. I think would be helpful. I think, yeah. So anyway, thank you so much for all the hard work and getting the program where it is today, and also for the advocacy. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. We appreciate that update and response. And I think at some point that we were asking to maybe get an update every quarter, but perhaps maybe 6 months from now, you can come back to us and let us know where we are, if there, particularly that coordination with TBI and how that's working. Thank you again. With no other questions, this committee is adjourned.
Thank you. Thank you.
order the Housing and Community Development Committee. May I have a roll call, please?
Sure. Canali.
Here.
Carlisle.
Present.
Covett. Easter Thomas.
Present.
Ford.
Present.
Jones.
Here.
Logan.
Present.
Morgan. Robinson. Smiley.
I'm here.
Swearingen. Warren. Chair Johnson.
Present. Thank you for the roll call. Today we have one item that we need to address under this committee. It is a resolution to accept the appropriation and allocation of the U.S. Department of Treasury second funding allocation in the amount of $24,532,239.10 for the Division of Housing and Community Development Emergency Rental and Utility Assistance in response to the pandemic. It affects all council districts. This was requested by administration, and we're also requesting the same night minutes. May I have someone to move? Move by Smile and second by Jones. At this time, Ms. Cash, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Councilwoman?
Just fine. Can you give us a brief overview of the need for this money and how you will be using it?
Yes, so Ashley Cash, Director, Housing and Community Development. Thank you, Chair and Council. Today we are requesting our ERA Round 2 funding. It's $24.5 million. We have been fortunate to receive Round 1 funding in the amount of, I believe, $19 million. What that has done is provided emergency rental and utility assistance for individuals in the city of Memphis. We're partnering with the county, so the county is also part of this as well. But what that does is allow people who have had income loss due to COVID, they've either lost their jobs, they've seen a cut in their hours, and this has really helped to keep them in their homes during that time, specifically if they are renting. This also can provide utility assistance for individuals who have found themselves falling behind on their utilities. And we pay, I believe, we'll start March 1st, 2020, so we'll go back that far and pay 3 months of future rent, if that's correct. Okay, great. To date, we have spent about $11 million total. $7 million of that is city funds, about $3.5 million of that is county funds. We have served about 3,200 households, specifically for rent. We have served about 3,800 households, specifically for utilities, and in some cases that includes the eviction settlement fund information. And with that, so those funds are distributed across the city. We have found that more funds are dispersed in areas where there are higher amounts of evictions, and so that would be in areas like North Memphis, South Memphis, and East Memphis. East Memphis is kind of general, but those are the 38115, 128, 34, 111, 116 zip codes, 38125, I said that one already. And so those are, the funds are being matched in places where there's a highest need, but they are dispersed across the city. And with that, Chair, I'll turn it back over to you if there are any questions from the council.
Yes, I did see a few hands desiring to be recognized. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Director Cash. Are these funds not for mortgage assistance? They're just specifically for rent?
That's correct. They are only for rental assistance or utility assistance if you rent your place of living.
Okay, and the current funds that are in place for those with mortgage assistance, that's through the county side with CSA, or do we have anything citywide for that?
Do we have any mortgage assistance programs?
We do, and good morning, Mari Albertson, Deputy Director, Housing and Community Development. We received allocation of CARES Act funds through U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and we did set aside $1 million working with United Housing for mortgage assistance for that program.
Okay, has that been all used, or is there still?
There's still some funds available.
Okay.
And there are some other resources through the state, working with some of those nonprofit organizations for mortgage assistance as well.
Okay, I asked because there, in particular, is a city employee that is in need of mortgage assistance, but is keep being turned around because she's right above that, whatever that poverty line is. So I didn't know, just putting it out there in the public, what other options are there for folks who are needing assistance, who are under the same implications of what happened during COVID, cut hours, going back on different employment where they are, and then they also are a city employee. So Just,
If we haven't contacted, or if they haven't contacted United Housing, they have housing counselors that could talk through what the options might be working with their lending institution, because they may be able to restructure the mortgage or find some other relief that they didn't meet those income requirements for.
okay. Well, I wanted to ask to see if there were any other city funds going towards it. So, thank y'all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Councilwoman, that's a good question because I was having some of the same questions. Okay, Dr. Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Compared to other cities and other municipalities, how are we doing as far as getting this money out? I think people need to know that out in the community, because I think we've been doing a really, really good job about getting money to people compared to other places that haven't even spent it. Can you comment on that?
Sure, Councilman Warren, Dr. Warren. So we are actually doing a really good job. We have statewide ERA meetings, I think once a week, once every other week, where we talk with other peers across our state who are delivering the same program. And while we're supportive of all of them and we're all doing good work and trying our best, we have consistently been able to get our funds out the door to people who need them. And so I think that's just through the partnership that we're working with through the county, but then also the marketing and letting people know that this opportunity is available to them. If you like, we can certainly get you percentages of what percentage of funds we've spent as compared to other places statewide or even in other jurisdictions that may be outside of our state. But just from what I have seen, we're doing a great job getting these funds deployed.
I just think that's an important thing to get out, because I think the community would like to see that we're really working well with the county, and we've been working with the task force to make sure that we're trying to get these funds to people who need them, and to let people know that we've done a good job here, and we're still pushing hard to make sure if there are more people out there that need them, that we want them to come and ask for these funds, because we want them to be spent. We want the landlords to get paid, and we don't want anyone on the street.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Ford.
Thank you. I just want to ask a few questions because I've got things in which I have in mind. Now, I know we're looking at $24 million. That's for emergency rental and utilities. Let me ask you a question. For the elderly, and I want the council to know I'm working on a resolution for these elderly. I've gotten so many phone calls, okay, pertaining to really their home. They need roofs, things like that, minor things, in which years ago we had money that would help. It kind of ran out. Now, I'm trying to is that 24 million going to be used only for this, or will it be able to assist, or what do you have in place right now?
So the 24 million that we're talking about today is only for rental assistance, so people paying their rent, back rent, or 3 months of future rent, or utility assistance. It's not for any repair
okay, but do you have anything out there right now for repair like we used to have? It used to be, roof usually cost probably about $5,000. We had it up to $15,000 for, to help repair some of these elderly. Not anybody. It had to be elderly. You had to qualify for it. Is anything in place right now? Because if not, this is one thing that we want to put in place right now. And like I said, I'm going to put a resolution together with you all. I've also talked to my son on the county side where we can kind of match some monies, but for the last 4 or 5 weeks, I've had so many elderly people, and this is what they need to have done, just minor repair, in which we used to have in place. We do a lot of things for everybody else, but hey, we cannot forget them, so we need to kind of do a few things for them.
Mara, do you mind talking a little bit about the LIFT program?
Sure. We provide funding through HCD for a couple of programs. One will be getting started later this year, and then we also provide funding for Habitat for Humanity to do a roof replacement housing as part of their aging in place. I know the waiting list.
I don't want to cut you off, but I know about all of that because I've tried to help and they hadn't assisted anything. I'm trying to put something in place for now, not later. Because these people don't need to, and let me finish.
Sure.
They don't need to just wait and wait. They'll be dead, gone, and then, hey, the house gone too. I've gone through that for the last 6 months trying to get that, and then, hey, what you're talking about is not effective to me right now. Okay, with the habitat. I want to put something in place where we can get this done now for these elderly people that really need it bad, okay? So we don't have to discuss that. I've been there, done that, nothing happened. That's why I'm trying to put something in place where we can get everything started. That's very important to me. I don't want nobody saying. I'm kind of tired of that. I need them to move on things. And what you're getting ready to, I've been there, done that. Don't want to hear it no more. I want to put something in place. And I asked my colleagues, this is what we're trying to do. And in my resolution, I want to put about $500,000. And I want the county, which will match it. That'd be $1 million. And I think we can get that started very, very soon. And this is what I need to talk with the administration where we can try before we go downstairs to try to put this in place. But I don't want to hear what Habitat's going to do. I don't want to hear this and that and the other. And hey, you're talking about down the road. I'm talking about now. This is the time, not later. Okay, and we had to put it and get someone to do it. I don't need Habitat.
Well, Councilman, we'd love to be supportive, and however we could, we agree that home repair, roof repair is a huge need, and we see that. And so, however we can be supportive and helpful in that way for the now, we'd love to do that.
And we have included $1 million in our budget for the current fiscal year for a home repair program. And what we anticipate is that would be matched by another $1 million through a local organization called WISP. So we are just working through the process of being able to use those federal funds for that, but we completely agree that that is a huge need in this community. So we do anticipate having a $2 million pot for home repairs available within a couple, 3 months. And we would love to also have additional monies from the city and the county to support the work and provide more repairs in the community.
All I want to do is get it started. I don't want anybody to sit on it. That's a priority to me right this minute. Okay? Very much so priority. If you don't do anything else, this is what I want to do. You know, because these are people, elderly people. They work their life and hey, they need some help. We've helped a lot of other people that all they do is mess the money off. I don't want to do that anymore. We need to do things for people worthwhile and they're doing something with it. Just like this assistance. I don't have any problem with helping people. But shucks, I hate to get in my car and drive down the street and I see 40 cars and 20 of them got drive-out tags on them. Understand where I'm coming from?
Yes.
They went and got bought a car, drive-out tag, but hell, they couldn't pay their utility bill. They didn't want to. Really, same way. I got an issue with it. But you got these elderly people can't do any better. They're on a fixed income and you're sitting back. Okay, I'm not into that program anymore. It's bothered me for the last few weeks since we've been off because I've had all of these people to call me and I want to preserve these elderly. That's a priority. You know, whatever I have to do to make that a priority, this is what I want you all to do and everything else. Been there because I called. When you talking about Habitat and all the other money, yes, I know about it because, hey, I've already called and y'all have been sitting on it. Don't sit on it no more. Do not sit on it no more. This is a priority to me, okay? Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Councilman Ford, for those comments, and we will work on that as a committee to make that happen. We have one other question. How would people actually apply for these funding?
So the funding, we actually last Monday rolled out a new system, Neighborly. It is an online platform. People can go online and I don't know if you've got the website off the top of your head.
Home901.org.
Thank you. They can go online and apply for those. For individuals who need assistance, because we know that not everybody will be able to navigate the online system, they can call 211-LINK and people at the library will help walk them through the application. They'll help them with letting them know what documents they need and how to submit those documents. And so we're trying to make sure that there are no cracks that people can fall through or no barriers to keep people from receiving this rental assistance and utility assistance.
Okay. Thank you for that information. Okay, I see what
I want to, yeah, that's a great question. I'm glad to hear that there's an alternative, but one of the things that the vaccine distribution program taught me is we use what we call these airwave campaigns to say that we're getting the word out, but it doesn't work that way. At least I don't think effectively in especially lower income communities. It's almost grassroots, door to door, getting into certain groups, like literally going out and into the community and saying, hey, are you aware of this program? And I hope there's some thought to that and some sort of allocation of resources, whether it's hiring a bunch of high school or college age kids looking for a summer job for a couple of weeks just to go knock on doors, or community outreach to certain community leaders. But if it's a phone number and a website, I now kind of understand why these programs, like why we have so much cash sitting in a lot of these programs at times. But I don't know. Somebody else has a thought on that. It just seems like to me that seemingly was an issue with just getting the word out about vaccines. So I don't know. I'm concerned about having an online platform for people in lower and elderly people on fixed incomes. I don't know. It just seems like it might be problematic.
Yes, thank you, Councilman. I think what we can do is we have been working with partners across the city to make sure that people know and are aware about these programs. But we can certainly go back and make sure that we're touching the grassroots and have other opportunities that aren't just online or via phone to make sure folks know about these programs, because it's true. The assistance needs to make sure it gets out the door.
Well. Okay, if there's no more comments, we need to take a vote on this issue. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Not hearing any, this matter has passed. Not seeing any other concerns. You have another concern to be raised? It's been requested for 9 minutes. Okay. All right. Not anything else being brought before this committee, I now adjourn it. And thank you for your coming and being here.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Carlisle.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilman Morgan. Smiley.
I'm here. All right. We have a long, very packed committee. We have 10 items on the agenda. We also have had a request from Plains All-American to say a few words prior to this committee. So with that, I'm going to allow Ms. Martin from Plains All-American to say a couple of words, and then we're gonna get back to the regularly scheduled committee meeting. Ms. Martin, are you here with us?
Hey, Councilman Smiley. Corey Thornton is actually going to speak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you well.
Great. Thanks for the opportunity today. When we last spoke with the City Council, we advocated for a positive consideration of the ordinance and the setback zoning amendment, as Byhalia would be pausing its project to consider how the company wanted to move forward. As we announced on Friday, due to changes in energy production post-COVID, Byhalia is no longer pursuing the Byhalia Connection construction project, including the route through Shelby County. Byhalia is disappointed that we will not be able to bring a valuable asset to the area that would strengthen the greater Memphis economy and bring much needed energy infrastructure to Shelby County. Regardless, as we've said throughout the life of this project, we remain committed to the Memphis area and the positive relationships that we've developed with local stakeholders. We will continue to build and maintain those relationships as we operate our existing assets or explore new opportunities in the area. Regardless, the ordinance and setbacks that are being considered today, it has been some time since this legislation was really first proposed, but it was clear when it was drafted that it was designed to stop our project. These efforts, however, have taken on a life of their own. These are no longer just anti-crude oil pipeline legislation. These efforts have become an anti-industry initiative that will have an impact on the infrastructure that Memphis area residents rely on every day. And no matter how many carve-outs you attempt to put in these provisions, their language remains broad and will have unintended consequences felt for many years to come. What's especially troubling is there's no logical, technical, or legal basis for these ordinances. The Byhalia Connection construction project is not moving forward. There has also been no known instances of groundwater contamination from existing crude oil pipelines in the area. There is thus no logical or compelling need for the ordinance. Now, before the cancellation of our project, we commissioned a third-party groundwater expert to confirm our findings about the protection of the Memphis sand aquifer. They concluded that it is not reasonably possible to impact the Memphis aquifer from a crude oil spill because crude oil moves slowly in soil. This gives time to clean up any spill in the unlikely event that one occurred. It takes shallow groundwater 20 to 40 years to reach the deeper Memphis sand aquifer, by which time crude oil would be cleaned up or would be eaten by bacteria and naturally broken down. Any concerns over a pipeline potentially impacting the aquifer were and continue to be exaggerated. There's also no legal basis for these ordinances, and they will be overturned when challenged. First, the city charter does not grant the city council the authority to pass this type of ordinance. The sections of the city charter cited in the ordinance fail to even mention or reference the words crude oil or pipeline. In fact, most of the above cited sections cover typical municipal powers exercised by a city, such as policing, firefighting, and regulation of food products. Other sections govern activities such as storage or gunpowder and combustible articles. These provisions do not provide any authority for the regulatory oversight concerning the construction and operation of crude oil pipelines. While municipalities have some ability to enact local zoning ordinances, that power is not limitless. Zoning ordinances cannot occupy the same space as state and federal law. The ordinances here are trying to step in areas of regulation already occupied by state and federal agencies such as TDEC, EPA, and PHMSA, as the ordinances would impact pipeline safety and regulate the handling of certain hazardous substances. By By attempting to occupy these areas of regulation, the ordinances would clearly violate state and federal law and would be preempted. Passing something needlessly with no technical support that will be at best overturned when challenged in court is a hollow exercise that ignores facts and places misinformation over common sense.
Not trying to cut you off, but 1 minute. I thought the conversation would have been more tailored to, continued investment in the city of Memphis. I wasn't necessarily prepared to get a long discussion or thoughts regarding continued conversations around the pipeline in this body. So I'm going to let you conclude, but just 1 more minute and try to limit the conversation toward that. Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We're just wrapping up here. In light of the cancellation of our project and the lack of logical, technical, or legal reasons to suggest that there is an existing danger to residents or drinking water, we urge the City Council not to pass the ordinance or the setbacks. Even with modifications, these ordinances will hurt the greater Memphis economy and area residents. Thank you for the time.
Thank you for the presentation. It doesn't appear that there are any comments from this body. Thank you, and we appreciate your willingness to continue to invest in the citizens of Memphis and be committed to the progress of the city. With that, we bid you adieu. All right, we're back on the regularly scheduled committee agenda. We're going to move item number 10. I'm sorry. We're going to go to item number 10, which is the presentation on public service corps first, and then we're going to go back to item number 1. Mr. Moody, are you here? All right. Presentation was requested by Councilman Canale and Councilman Carlisle. Would either one of you would like to speak first, and then we're going to go to Kim Moody.
Thank you, Chairman. Colleagues, I have, over the past few weeks, spoken with Mr. Moody. I just wanted him to present and talk about the good work the Public Service Corps has been doing as far as just basically numbers of bags of trash, tires that they've picked up, so that the general public and all 13 of us could hear at the same time. Thank you, Chairman.
Councilman Carlisle? No, I'm good. Okay. All right. With that, I turn to the administration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to move up. Ken Moody, Special Assistant to the Mayor. I did give you guys a presentation, a copy of the presentation, and I'll just go through it real quickly. I will say this, if you remember, I think in 2019, when the mayor took office again, he initiated the Public Service Corps. Since that time, they've been doing great work. I want to thank Joy Tullialis and her staff for getting this program off the ground and going. And a couple of months ago, the mayor gave me the responsibility of the Public Service Corps. So we're continuing that hard work, making a few adjustments here and there. The overview is it's what it is. It's what the intent of the Public Service Corps was. I will highlight one thing in that where it says Public Service Corps targets opportunity youth and those with certain criminal backgrounds. And we say that what we found out with opportunity youth is that they have not been really interested in this. And I know Councilwoman Logan, you've been asking about what we're going to do for opportunity youth. And so what we found out, they were not interested in this way, but I will say that we are working on a program for opportunity youth specifically for them. And so we'll come back at a later date to talk to you about opportunity youth as well. Next page talks about the eligibility, and it's just typical eligibility for city employees. 18 or older, pass a background check, 1 year participation, 1 year extension eligible. That doesn't mean we're going to kick them out if we give them an extension, but what we will do is we're encouraging them not to look at this as something permanent. We're going to encourage them to look at full-time opportunities within the city or elsewhere. So we won't kick them out after the second year. We're just going to encourage them to move on. If you'll go to the page that says PSC crew member status update, and I'll explain that. If you look at FY20, at one point in time, we had 20, that was our highest number, 20 employees on hand. In fiscal year 21, our maximum has been 19. If you look at the rolling onboard count, that number indicates we have asked for over 42 applications. While they all have not been hired, it may be they lost interest in the job, they didn't pass the background check, or other reasons. And so, but we are continuing. That position stays posted. It never comes down. And so on a continuous basis, we are requesting HR to send those applications so we can keep people aboard. Where you said it's currently active part-time, that number says we currently have 9. We actually have 14. But last week, we've been able to hire an additional 5 people. So we're actually up to 14, which is not where we want to be, but we're going to continue employing those individuals. And then I think the other number I think we should be proud of is that number 7. Those are individuals that have taken full-time jobs from working in the Public Service Corps. And I would tell you that those are 7 individuals now. Those things that we tires, brushes, trash, and all those things that are bright. And then we have power washing. I know, again, Councilwoman Logan, we do the Raleigh Town. So I will tell you that we've changed the equipment. Now we're going to pressure wash. I think the equipment we initially had, we were just sweeping. We are investing in pressure washing. So now we'll be pressure washing the Raleigh Town Center. The next page just kind of talks about when it initially started. Then the pandemic hit, and so we shifted our focus and started delivering food. And so you'll see where during the pandemic, when things were shut down, we delivered some 813 boxes of food and 102 bags of food. Again, things were shut down. We were not able to clean up, and so we shifted our focus to that. I think the next page is where you really would be interested in, and it talks about what the Public Service Corps has done from May 11th to June, the present. And we picked up over 19,600 bags of litter. I know that sounds like a lot, but if you break that down, that's 1,600 bags a month and 81 bags a day. And I would tell you that in some cases we'll reach 100 bags a day. So we are really out in the community cleaning up. You look at the tires, which continues to be a big problem for us, but they're blight. And so we've picked up over 13,000 tires. That's about 1,100 a month, 57 a day. And then we do clean our drains. I will tell you that as we speak, we are currently at the Councilwoman Sweareng's district, the 2 viaducts that are just east of the Liberty Bowl. We're currently there today, right now, cleaning those out because they are littered with trash. And as people are driving through there, they just throw trash out in one. So we are there. The part talks about per council district. And if you'll see that there have been requests by many of you councilmen for us to go to certain areas in your district, but we've also been proactive. So our number of cleanups is always going to be higher than the number in council district because we're going to be proactive. Also going to always respond when you make that request of us. The next picture, this page gives you a picture of tires. And, you know, the interesting thing about this picture is you see how nicely and neatly they illegally stored those tires there for us. They took the time. They took the time to do it nicely and neatly for us, but it's a problem. And so it shows you how we will respond to that. So that's a daily problem, how we have to go out, pick up trash. The next picture kind of gives you an overview of what those trash areas look like before and after our crew has cleaned them up, what they look like afterwards. Our partnerships, Mayor constantly will get emails about where those blighted areas are. We'll get calls from many of you in your district or where those areas are. We work with Jones Services, Environmental Services, Street Maintenance to work together to try to attack blight in our area. And that's kind of my presentation. I'll be willing to take any questions that any of you may have.
Okay, I think we have 2 of my colleagues in the queue, and I have a couple of questions, maybe 3. Councilwoman Issa Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for their presentation and Councilman Canale for bringing this forward, especially since we talk heavily on blight every meeting. You answered one of my questions on mainly how are the service corps deployed, like where do you all get your target areas from? But in addition to that, so what the service corps does, is that on top of what a citizen may call 311 for, or is this a separate effort?
It is citizens still call 311 and they're responding to that way. We respond to when there's immediate blight needs to be dealt with. And so it is on top of what the citizens call 311.
Okay, I was hoping you would say that. So if there are immediate needs in certain areas that we may have in our district, how can we get like a specific cleanup or sweep in a certain area? How can we get that from the public service force?
Yeah, we'll work with you. If you'll just reach out to me and say, hey, I've got an area in District 7 I want us to target, we'll work with you to schedule it and we'll make sure the public service force is going to help.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman
Logan.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Appreciate the presentation, sir. And thank you, colleagues, for bringing this. As you said, I have spoken with your office quite a bit, and I appreciate your response. I think you mentioned that you're not going to be using as many opportunity youth because they're not available. How has the program morphed, and what are we doing to attract the new group of people that you're wanting to be a part of this?
Yeah, and so again, we just found out once opportunity youth, they will go online and apply for the job, and when they come in and find out exactly what it is, not just opportunity youth, there's some other people too, when they found out what the job actually entails, they're just not interested. They don't show back up for an interview and they're just not interested. So we're partnering with, actually, I've had conversations with Stevie Moore, with DeAndre Brown to talk about, okay, those individuals that they hire that are doing similar work, see if they're interested in coming to work in the public service corps, because it's the same work, it's probably a little bit more money. So we're working with organizations, our manhood program, we're now going to ask those when they come to our manhood program if they're interested in working in public service corps, which is a part-time job for the city, and then we can see if we can help you with full-time work. So we're doing, the job stays posted, we're doing some reaching out to organizations for partnerships, and then we'll just keep spreading the word. If there's anyone that you all know that may be interested, again, that job posting is always there. I'd encourage you to encourage them to apply for it.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to see how the program was changing or where it was going, because we definitely need this service, and as you know, we need more. But and I didn't know if it was second chance program.
Yeah, that's our manhood program.
Okay.
Our reentry program is our manhood and wiles. Again, we expose them to these opportunities where we encourage them to say, hey, once you graduate our program, come right in and work with us immediately at our public service corps.
Okay, so I've noticed that several of them have gone to work for the city.
Yes.
Are any of them in the solid waste?
Yeah, I think several of them have gone to parks, and then some have gone to solid waste.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any other council members before I start asking my questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Booty. I guess a couple of questions. I wanted to know first, because you said we were having, I guess, difficulty getting folks at risk youth. I wanted to know, are they eligible for essential worker incentives?
Are the individuals or is the city?
The public service corps.
Okay, well, they've not got, I don't know that, and these are all part-time employees as well too, so they're not full-time employees, but you can respond to that.
Yeah, I think anything that a part-time employee is eligible for, they'll be eligible for as well. So as you know, we did that recently with part-time employees with premium pay, and those guys were here every day working, so they'd be eligible for the premium pay as well.
Okay, also, just because I wanted to, just from my general knowledge, when public service corps go out into the city, do they have like any identifying clothes? Because I looked at a couple of pictures, I couldn't tell them, tell them apart from folks who are working in illegal dumping, folks who are working in the sanitation department. Is there any identifying?
Yeah, we do. We just initially had blue uniforms, but we just changed those again. My conversation with the crew and said, hey, what would y'all like? So they have shirts that are, I think, lime green shirts. They'll have vests on. And then all their trucks have arrow boards on them. So whatever area they are, traffic is contained that way, but they are identified by T-shirts and vests.
And then I guess next, do you all work in conjunction with illegal dumping, I think, which is now the Direct to Connect? Like, how does that work? Because I know Direct to Connect's crew, they handle illegal dumping, and y'all seem to be handling illegal dumping and blight-related issues. Are y'all working
Yeah.
together, or is there, I guess,
if you look at the presentation, they are one of our internal partners.
Okay.
Again, what happens is we continue to go to a site that's constantly dumping, and we'll get with Director Connect, say, hey, we may want to look at putting cameras or something here. So we are constantly in contact and communicating and working together. So we don't duplicate, we'll work together to make sure.
Okay, then I guess my last question, because I know that Mr. Schuler gets a million calls about everything. So does he work with you all? I'm assuming he sends information to you all, send information to.
Work very close to Steve, because what Steve will do is, if we get a complaint, he's gonna go out and look at that area and see exactly what it is, to see if it's something that we should respond to, or if it's a public works or general service. So we work very closely with Steve. But most of our complaints come from Steve and his interaction with the community.
Okay, and then my last question, my last question. So for those who are listening, and I guess some of the members on this body, how could, the public reach you all? Is there a direct email, direct number for folks to, I guess, lodge complaints and say, hey, this area is in need of help?
We're going to encourage you to continue to call 311.
Okay.
Because that's the area where they're going to log it, they're going to track it, and they're going to help. So we're going to continue to encourage the public to call 311. However, again, as Councilwoman Lisa Thomas mentioned, if there are areas in your district that are just eyesores and you need immediate attention, I encourage you all to contact me and we'll work with you to get that set up.
Okay, thank you. And I believe Councilwoman Logan has an additional question.
Yes, what is being done to track or to find ways to mitigate just repeat areas being trashed? Are there cameras? And are we using that footage to identify people that are doing this and finding them, sending them letters, or what? But we seem to keep having the same problem, and in some of the same areas, you'll clean it up this weekend, then next weekend, the next day it's blighted and trashed again. So we got to find a comprehensive way, or a way to, combat this, because it's spiraling and we keep using the same crew.
Connect almost jumped out of his seat, so I'm gonna let him.
Okay.
Well, this is something we've talked a great deal about. We have 115 cameras now, and we have another 50 cameras that I'm in the process of getting. So we'll have about 168 cameras totally in the field to combat repetitive illegal dumping challenges. I'm also going to be discussing with you as an adopt a camera program. We could probably then encourage the committee, encourage the public, if they want to help us donate the money to obtain cameras and the yearly subscription, then we can then maybe put them up in the communities where they want to be more participatory in the process, and then if they want to even donate funds. We've seen that happen with like Dr. Nelson in her area. She actually tried to get a camera. There was some difficulty deploying the camera. So maybe my goal is to add this opportunity to an adoption program, and think that would have a way to increase more cameras as well.
Okay, so the adopt a camera program, once you all get that together, I would like you all to come back and talk about that, because I'm still confused on the cameras. As the county cameras, the city cameras, and the new cameras, the old cameras, all of that. So when you get that together, if you come back and talk about that, because I'm sure the public will want clarity in how that works. And I know a lot of neighborhood associations and HOAs may be interested in that if it's, something simple. But to go back to my original question, have you all started using camera footage to actually catch people littering and dumping? And are we finding them?
That's a two-step process involving ourselves and the police department. So under state law, depending on the type of littering, it can become a felony, right?
Right.
There's different amounts equal different types of offenses. So we are taking the footage. We are working with police to help us, track, once we identify an individual, individuals, using whatever we can to identify those, to prosecute them. So we either have two mechanisms. Either we go through the district attorney's office to make it a criminal case, or we can go to environmental court and make it processed that way. There's two different avenues depending on which way we want to go and what information we have to prosecute. We don't have to have footage necessarily. We can prosecute based on the amount of debris in the trash, and we can identify through that. But those are not as strong as the photo evidence that we are using with the cameras. But if we go to the district attorney's office, then we have to work with the district attorney. So we have an attorney on my staff, and we're working with the police attorney to help us work on that and to define it. Historically, we have been able to prosecute people under state law for Class C felonies and to be successful in that avenue. With COVID, we did lose some of that capability, so we're regaining it. So there's been a stress placed in really significant importance placed on myself, on the city attorney's office, and trying to get more of those back into the district attorney's offices so we can be, again, prosecuting.
So I know there are assistant DAs in certain areas like community DAs, assistant DAs, and are we able to use those instead of, because I know environmental court is kind of backed up and it takes a while to get through there. And sometimes they'll come and it's continuing and continuing and continuing, and we're not getting anywhere. So I didn't know that we had the second option, but I do know that we have satellite DA offices in communities. Is it possible to go through them, through those, to get it so on bottleneck?
There are district attorneys that are assigned, assistant district attorneys assigned, and we work with those under the district attorney Wyrick's office. So that's part of the partnership that my attorney, Brittany Williams, and Saeed, who is the police attorney, are trying to help work with, because we had to build a case. Once we have built the case and have the information, have what we need to submit to them to then bring the matter up in court and have an individual appear and then prosecuted accordingly. And then obviously we have to show what the harm was, and then help for the court to take the action appropriately based on the information and evidence we submit.
Okay, I would like, I'm not gonna continue, but I would like for you to come back and give a presentation on that part.
Yes, so that was going to be one of my future actions, is to kind of explain how the cameras are working, how we utilize the cameras, what we use, then moving the information forward, how we prosecute. So I will make sure to include a pretty comprehensive review of that whole entire process.
As it relates to blight mitigation, right?
As it relates to blight, illegal dumping being blight.
Illegal dumping. Okay, great. Thank you. You back, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. It doesn't appear that any of my colleagues have any other questions. I'm going to ask. Oh, sorry, Councilman Jones. Anyone else on this side? Okay, Councilman Jones. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Connector, I guess I walked in when Ms. Logan sort of talked about the camera program, but what is our backup plan in case we don't have the residents contributing money? Because as I think about when I ride around Super District 8, it's not the more affluent communities where the dumping is taking place. In some of those areas, you may have residents that can't afford it. So what's going to be our backup plan? And how many are we projecting? Is it 50, 100, whatever the case may be? And I'd like to know, if we don't get that adopted camera program, how we're going to address this issue.
So we've been purchasing, like I said, 168 cameras. We purchased another 150 or other 50. So we're going to have 168 for use. The adopted camera program is just an idea, because we do have communities to raise funds. And obviously then you can look at crime, if you have cameras through the blue backup camera system. But you also have individuals, and Dr. Nelson I mentioned is one, and who's been looking to raise funds and buy cameras for their own use in their own districts, in their own areas, I'm sorry. So we are just looking for ways to supplement and offer that as an opportunity for any. It's roughly going to be about $800. It's about $220 for the camera, and then because we have a Verizon Air card in it, we can do this remotely and track it. So we don't have to actually touch the camera. With just one of the enhancements we've added. So then the team, environmental enforcement, can pull those images down from the card and then use that information. So we're looking to have the citizen or the group purchase the camera and then spend the $500, $600, I think $600 a year, $50 a month for the Air card, the SIM card, for the use of the camera, so that we can track it and utilize it. So that's basically what the Adopt a Camera program will look like. Just again, purely as an option for the community. My intent is to buy cameras. We're using the funds we get every year to replace cameras or add to that complement of cameras. 168 is probably the largest number of cameras we've ever had,
because we've had a significant increase in illegal dumping. You are right, we are tracking it by heat map. Obviously, districts 1, 6, 7, I think are the most problematic areas, north and south Memphis, are seeing the highest levels of incidents. We are tracking that as well.
Okay. Now, when you say we've purchased 160 some odd cameras, what are these? These are not the SkyCop similar cameras. Are there any with the? I'm thinking about some of the SkyCops that have had the license plate readers. Are we maybe in some of the areas where it's a more more difficult, or where it's more prevalent, where it's taking place? I don't think. The way I see us catching people is some areas we have a license plate reader. We catch it. I know that in some instances they may cover it, but I think it makes our job a little bit more difficult if we just have a regular camera to try to capture it versus a license plate reader. Just my thoughts about that.
So we've been using trail cameras, covert cameras, because when we've used other cameras in the past, they've been vandalized.
Okay.
So we have to use covert hidden cameras because they have to blend in. There's some people behind them, and we've got people
Makes
cutting
sense.
down trees.
Yep.
You would not believe the effort illegal dumping to go to be illegally dumped. So that's why we utilize the trail cameras and covert cameras.
Gotcha.
Now, we are talking with Google Cloud and others about AI-based applications to help us enhance reduce human interaction, so that the technology can help us do those things that we want to do, like identify when illegal dumping has happened, so we can capture it, utilize technology to capture the image that we need to capture, and specifically if there is a license plate or a person that we can get a good photo of. So it is a burning or closed area. We're trying to implement different technologies to help us supplement the employee interaction side of it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right. I guess based on Councilman Jones' series of questioning, we have a few more. Councilwoman Logan, I'm going to come back to you. I know Councilwoman Johnson hasn't spoken yet, so.
Okay, thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. In regards to those cameras, I've been working with Dr. Nelson, and individuals are taking their car tags off when they're doing illegal dumping. The real way that we're going to actually have to catch these people, we're going to have people out there waiting on them. That's the only way, because they're getting around every kind of way possible. So I would say we need to really go and plan to start having officers out there and be prepared to interact with those individuals, because they're not going to be stopped. Otherwise, the cameras are just not being as effective. They're not giving enough information. And out of curiosity, how often are you able to get enough evidence to prosecute someone?
Well, thank you for that. Still watches are part of our repertoire, and we do work with the police. Some of those are called still watches, obviously, when you're out trying to monitor a location with a physical person. Now, what we do, if we can, and we've had great success in the past with this. So if we catch an individual or a vehicle or an individual, we publicize that on social media or the media and ask people to tell us who that person is. We've had great success in getting the public to buy in and report individuals based on the information that we publicize with our partnerships in media and social media. That has been one of the better mechanisms if we can get that photograph and publicize it. So that is what we are trying to do whenever environmental enforcement catches an individual, sees that individual, and use that information to take those steps. And success rate has been, again, I own up, and during COVID, we did diminish our because courts were closed, and or we had other duties assigned to environmental enforcement. So since now we are normal operations, that is stepping back up into that focus of how do we take the gathered evidence and prosecute that individual through those mechanisms we talked about, working police, either publicizing it to gain the name or company of the individuals that have been identified in those photos. And I hope to have much greater success. It is again, I will reassure everybody that is a major focus of my team and neighborhood improvement and environmental enforcement is to tackle the challenges of illegal dumping so we can prosecute individuals and hold them accountable.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. The crime prevention grant, could it be expanded to include the adopter camera if a neighborhood decided to, or, group decided to do that?
I don't know if we've explored that. I'm open to that suggestion, to talking with MPD about the program, if there is funding that could be utilized for that. I'm looking for obviously any interaction information we can gather. I think that's a good opportunity. We would have to explore with them. We also are thinking about using the 525 Crime Stopper program for helping to incentivize people to report that. So that's something we've also been exploring, is seeing, because getting someone who will capture it and then report it and give us the information that we can then prosecute and use the same Crime Stopper program for that.
Yeah, I know a lot of neighborhood watch groups that apply for that. And to my colleague's point, some neighborhoods may not be able to afford it, but through the crime prevention grant, if it was included as one of the options, that may be an option for low-income areas. Number two, growing up, there was a citywide and actually a national campaign against littering. Have we considered launching a major marketing campaign with commercials, including education in elementary schools, coloring books, doing PSAs, putting those signs back out that the state statute is $2,500, the local statute. We used to see no littering signs everywhere, and I know they say that I've heard that they didn't feel, or you all may not have felt that they were, people were watching them anymore or looking at them anymore. But if you don't have anything, it won't be top of mind. But if we had a campaign, a citywide campaign, and you had commercials just like we did for vaccine and the signs out, and people knew that it's a crime or, breaking the ordinance, I think that would help as well. Just wanted to put that out there to see if, we could reconsider that, launching a campaign.
Yeah, Councilor, I'll get with our communications department and talk with them about that and see what their thoughts are and see what we can come up with.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Chair. You're
My questions that I had were kind of in line with your last one. So first, I want to know, what was the final allocation for Public Service Corps for FY22?
So we're budgeted for a total of 50 part-time employees as well as...
I apologize, I wasn't specific. The number allocation, the dollar amount associated.
I'm not sure what the exact dollar amount is, Council, but I can get that to you.
Well, I know, Brooke, I'm sorry. Brooke, do we know the... Okay, so approximately 1.3 million. Okay, so, and this goes to Councilwoman Logan's questioning. Do we have any type of program? And she talked about, letting the general public know that, littering is a crime. But in addition to that, do we have any type of program or mass media program to let the people know that the Public Service Corps does exist?
We've not done a marketing campaign for Public Service Corps. It's been kind of the word of mouth. But again, I'm comfortable talking with the communication.
Okay, and then my next question in line with that, because $1.3 million is a lot of money. I would like to know, does the Public Service Corps have a logging system to log complaints, or does the Public Service Corps rely solely on 311?
Yeah, because that 311 is the area that logs and tracks everything. And so we don't want to deviate from that and tell them they can call Public Service Corps. So we want to continue to encourage 311 because that's the area that tracks everything.
Okay, then my next question is, how often are the members of the Public Service Corps in the streets? Is it every day? Is it 9 to 5? Like, what's the timeline?
5 days a week from 7 until noon.
5 days a week from 7 until noon. And is there a specific route, kind of like the sanitation workers route, or they go specific to complaints?
We go specific to complaints. Every day we'll know, the day before we'll know where we're going tomorrow based on the complaints that we've got.
Okay. All right. Any other questions from council members? I believe that all hearts and minds are clear as it relates to this issue. Thank you, Director Connect. Thank you, Mr. Moody. Thank you, Chief McGowan. Thank you, Manny, that you're here hanging out with us. All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
All right. That went so long, I'm almost confused about where we are now. Are we all happy? All right. So let's get going to item number 1. a resolution to appropriate a construction allocation in the amount of $500,000 to repair curb and gutters in the city of Memphis, project ST 03211. All council districts requested by the administration. Request the same 9 minutes. Moved by Councilman Carlisle, seconded by Warren. Anyone from the administration to speak to this item?
Yes, sir. Robert Connect, Public Works Director, City of Memphis.
Thank you, Director Connect.
So, we have an annual allocation of funding from our stormwater program to maintain the city curb and gutters throughout the city. There's roughly 3,200 miles, if I remember, of curb and gutters throughout our 6,800 lane miles of streets. So we have to obviously remove and repair or replace those as they become deteriorated or damaged. So this is funding allocation that would go towards that program. And so again, every year funding goes towards this. This is the annual allocation of funds. Contractually, we have
it's 100%.
100%. And thank you, MWE.
Actually, SBE.
SBE. Thank you.
It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. With that, can we get a vote on this item? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have. Item number 2, a resolution appropriating construction funds in the amount of $1 million in GO bonds for CIP project number EN01096, lead traffic signal replacements. All council districts requested by the administration. Moved by Carlisle, seconded by Warren. I want the administration to speak to this project.
Yes, Chairman Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So for the FY22 funding, y'all have just approved $1 million for our LED replacement. This is, we've taken on initiative for energy efficiency to replace a lot of our traffic signals to LED. And those materials also have life cycle to them. So what we've been doing is budgeting for them for replacement over the years. And so this funding for appropriation for $1 million will help us with the replacement of those LEDs.
All right. I guess not on. All right. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 3, a resolution appropriating funds in the amount of $590,000 for CIP project number EN0110. It's cut off on my page. Is that a what? 9. Traffic signal furniture, fixtures, equipment, FY22. All council districts requested by the administration. Moved by Carlisle, seconded by Warren. Administration, the floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Manny with the Division of Engineering. This is funding in FY22 for allocation of $590,000. This is for our traffic maintenance team to respond to emergency response based on damages that often occur with accidents or what have you. So we have to keep a certain amount of inventory in stock to respond and repair those immediately. So the ask of the appropriation of $590 would help us have that ability to have that stockpile in hand.
A quick question on this item. I'm assuming this allows us to just keep, I guess, will this carry us through the fiscal year, assuming?
So last year, just to give you an example of how much we've actually responded to, we responded to over 50 locations of traffic signal accidents that either required a pole to be replaced or a traffic signal to be replaced. Sometimes it may even be just a pedestrian push button that needs to be replaced. So it depends on basically reactionary on our part based on the accident data that we get.
So last year, do we have a general amount of how much we expended last year trying to fix these type of issues?
I believe that the funding is the same for last year.
Okay, so this is relatively similar to what we did last year. Okay, gotcha. All right. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair. The ayes have it. Item number 4, a resolution appropriating contract construction funds in the amount of $1,350,000 CIP project number EN01099, speed humps installations group 12, FY22. All council districts requested by the administration. Moved by Carlisle, seconded by Warren. Administration, Director Belen.
Yes, sir. So this is a FY22 allocation that the council approved. We're asking for the appropriation of the $1.35 million for construction. We have approximately 70 ready for construction locations. So this funding would help with the construction of those speed humps.
Okay, thank you. Are we still, I guess, 2 years behind as it relates to speed hump construction?
From a timeline perspective, we're still about 18 months out from the beginning, from an initial request for a speed hump through that entire process to construction. And then obviously from that point, once it's approved, it's going to be budgetary constraint based on the funding that we get for that particular fiscal year.
Okay, I have more questions. I'm sorry, colleagues. I guess I'm not sure if you know this number off the top of your head, but how much dollars in terms of dollars would it require? Is it a dollar thing for us to basically get up to date, or is it manpower to get us up to date? Because we're 18 months behind, and I get a significant amount of calls, emails, text messages, Facebook messages, and you name it, as relates to speed humps. What can we do, this body do, to just speed this process up a little bit, at least get us up to date?
So obviously, from a funding constructability perspective, it does help in terms of the dollar value associated. But in terms of the process itself, we go through the initial request, and then we actually go through a study to make sure that it warrants that kind of speed humps for that particular road. And then it goes through a process of internal assessment based on our fire response and things like that. So from a procedural perspective, there's certainly a lot more construction ready for speed humps, but it's depending upon how much funds we get on an annual basis. As part of that annual allocation as well, we use part of that to do our study internally. So there is some additional soft cost associated to that, but typically it's the construction cost that is what we're looking for, so dollar values.
So right now we have 76 ready to go. How many more do we have pending? Do we know? If we don't know off the top of it, we can just keep it moving. What about those so waiting on hold that have not reached the construction phase? And could you also state your name and your information for the record? Okay.
We currently have.
Mr. Tatum, could you come sit beside the handsome man who's sitting here with the glasses on his head? Come on down.
Thank you, sir. So we currently have approximately 478 requests that are currently in the process at the traffic study phase right now. We have another 403 locations that are currently under fire review. Then we have another 74 locations that have a petition active. So we're not 100% sure which percent or what percentage of those requests will make it to construction ready, but we currently have a total of 2,082 total requests that are in the pipeline at some phase right now.
But I think to your question, your 10% of the ready for construction is short.
Okay. All right. So that 10%, how dollar amount? Because you said we're about 90%. The allocation today will cover about 90% of the 76. How much more money? How much additional funds will we need to cover the remaining projects, the remaining ones?
Approximately $300,000.
$300,000. Okay, $300,000 to recover the remaining. Okay, Councilwoman Johnson, go ahead.
I mean, repeat those numbers. Didn't you say you had requests close to 2,000 people requesting speed humps?
Yes, ma'am.
Wait, so you're gonna need a lot more than 300,000.
Okay, I clarify, Councilwoman Johnson. So one of my questions were, how many total requests do we have that have not reached the phase of construction? Those are those who are, I guess, petitions, those who are waiting the fire department to review, but the 10% that are currently ready for construction, we have about 90% of the funding.
For the 10%?
90% of the funding for 76.
Right.
But there's 10% of funding needed to cover all 76. So the $300,000 will represent the remaining funding needed to cover all 76 speed humps ready to be installed. Did I get that correct? Because I will mess it up.
Yeah, you need about $1.6 million.
Total.
To do all the ones that are ready to go now.
Okay, so go ahead, Ken.
We've already approved the capital budget, so you have to amend the capital budget and find it.
Yeah, to get to that grant.
So there's $500K sitting out there that we talked about a couple of weeks ago for traffic, not calming, traffic safety. point is, we can't expand it yet, but that's what we have to find somewhere else.
Well, I think previously this body allocated about $2 million to try to speed to increase the number of speed humps we were going to get available. So, and I think I'm going to take a look at it and tag in Councilman Jones to take a look at the budget so we can find the additional funding so we can go ahead and construct those speed humps that need. So, Councilman Jones?
Well, no, I would just say it would have. We don't necessarily have to use CIP to be operating, but we have to find it. But we didn't approve any additional revenues that would take care of stuff like that. You're gonna hear for the rest of the year, partner. Well, my name is I told you so for the rest of the year.
There is money today, but so that's one reason why, yeah, I agree.
Okay, good. Councilman Jones, I set this body up today with that, that's the alley-oop. Chief McGowan, go ahead.
Thank you, Chief McGowan, or Doug McGowan, Chief Operating Officer, City of Memphis, 347 Stonewall. I want to harken back to not this past year's budget, but the budget before. We only had like $600,000 or $700,000 in for speed humps. At that time, we mentioned to you that we thought $1.4 million a year or so would get us up to speed and catch up over the years. That's the track that we're on. I want to make sure that I level set everybody's expectations. Yes, there are 2,000 requests for speed humps, but 1,000 of those don't meet the requirements. They're rejected by fire, streets are too wide or too narrow, they don't otherwise meet the criteria. 400 of those are under review by fire. Many of those probably will not be approved. 400 still need the study that Randy and his team do. So the 70 that are under construction, they're ready to go. There are several dozen more that will be ready soon, but I want to be clear, you have many, many, many more requests for speed humps than ever meet the criteria. So 2,000 is the total. That's just the gross total of what people have requested, but more than half of those don't meet the criteria for a speed hump. So I don't want you to think that we have to fund 2,000. That 1,400 is a substantial increase in the speed hump, and you all did that, which is great. We fully funded every single one in FY20, that was ready for construction. The reason that this covers about 90% is because of COVID. The cost of materials, specifically liquid asphalt and all those things, have really risen. When you passed the budget for about $1.4 million, it was intended to fund all of these. So here's what I would suggest. Let's get rolling on these right now. And what I'll do is come back. If I need to sneak some more money into this to get these completed, our intention is to complete all of these this year. We don't want to not complete them. So our team will continue to get rolling on these speed humps. And then if we need to find a couple $100,000 to get them done this year, that's what we're going to do. And then I think we should come back just like you all did last year and this year. However many are ready for construction next year, we put that in the budget and get those completed as well.
Thank you, Chief McGowan. Councilwoman Johnson.
I'm sorry to for another question, but I have two comments. I understand that a lot will not actually qualify, but those qualification or requirements seem to appear to people that Front Street and Riverside qualified, and they qualified overnight. It didn't take forever to get it done.
I was about to ask that question.
And I'm getting complaints that if you live downtown in East Memphis, you get what you want. In our little neighborhoods, is not being treated the same. Now, the second issue is, I don't know where you're buying some of the speed humps, but they're getting torn up in some of the neighborhoods I'm going to. So I don't know if y'all need to be looking at a different quality or manufacturer or something, because, hey, it's not working. They're tearing them up.
Well,
so thank you.
Councilwoman, let me just respond to that. So I want to be clear. This is the formal city speed hump program. These are permanent speed humps that are made out of asphalt that are integrated into the street that meet the engineering criteria. The speed humps I think you're talking about are temporary portable speed humps that we actually acquired in order we've heard from everybody that speeding, that drag racing, that donuts. What we did is we purchased I think 1,000 of those And we literally just looked at the police reports, citizen reports, what Steve Schuler told us from the community, and we put them, wherever we thought folks were tearing it up. So we didn't go through the formal process. What we were doing is reacting to an emergency and just putting those temporary speed humps down. Yes, they're getting torn up because they're not meant for, long term, but that was a short-term solution. It has nothing to do with this project. Every neighborhood gets the same consideration. Those temporary and unapologetic. We had to do something to keep folks from tearing up our streets and terrorizing our citizens, and that's what we did with those. We know that they're going to get torn up, and we'll have to put some new ones down. But if you tell us there's a place where they're racing, in fact, some of our neighborhoods told us that, where you'd think there's no racing going on, and we put them in those neighborhoods. So we're just reacting to the racing at that point. So we understand that's a lost cause, and they won't be there forever.
All right, I have a couple members in the queue, but I'm gonna ask a quick question because I'm sure some of my colleagues want to know this question as well, and I may regret it. If we wanted to, I guess this body wanted to, request information on how to get some of the temporary speed humps in areas that are being subjected to illegal racing, drag racing, how do we, reach out to you all?
So the current process on that is typically Steve Schuler's team meets with the community. Then the community expresses concern relative to racing or drag racing or donuts or what have you. We respond to the request through that office, and from that point, that's how we determine where those are.
Okay, thank you. And I know I'm not sure as it relates to the order. I know that Councilman Ford is in the queue. Councilman Ford, go ahead.
Thank you very much. First of all, when talking about the speed humps, y'all have designed a different speed hump, right?
Yes, sir. So historically, in the past, we've used asphalt as our main primary way of handling speed humps. We've deviated from that. We are now using rubberized speed humps, and that's the two things that helped us with that relative to reducing the actual timeline in which the process happens, because we won't be subjected to seasonal restrictions based on asphalt. Rubberized allows us to operate yearly, so that's the main reason why. And it obviously from a installation perspective, that makes it a lot quicker.
Other than that, can you tell me what area would be asking for more speed humps, like District 6, District 3, District 7? Can you give me an idea of who's been asking for it? I know my district should be almost one.
Yeah, we have a list of all the locations that are currently planned for this appropriation of funding. We can provide that to the entire council members.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other council members in the queue? Oh, I'm sorry. I got all out of order. Councilman Jones and Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you. I guess, do we have an idea, if we look at things on an annual basis, if we have new requests? Well, I think that we've been doing this long enough that we can say, if we have a certain amount of requests, this is how many will ultimately be approved. Is that how we are making our fiscal ask for these?
I would answer that by saying, by the time the fiscal period happens, we have a pretty good idea of which ones are potentially could be on construction. The only dependent part of that would be if we do not get the petition back from the initiator of the request. Okay. And so we've had that. We've had instances where, we rely on the initiator to carry the process forward. And if we don't get that, then typically that goes away and, we have to move to the next list. So, but in general, I would say we do have a pretty good idea of what those numbers are once budget season arrives.
Councilman, if I could amplify, I may not have the language exactly right, but when we were up in the committee room, we were talking about this, and that's actually what we did. We said, how many do we think we could get done a year if we did? Because you'll recall the discussion was, well, what should we put in the speed hump budget? It was kind of like, well, whatever's left over to balance the budget. And the conversation that you all had was, well, let's take a different tact. How many do you think we could get done through the process every year? and I think it was around 70 to 80, and we said, okay, how much is that? And Director Belen and Randy said, that's about $1.3 million. So I think we were intentional about the process. So that was to let's make sure we fund everyone that is approved for construction that year. And then if the process changes or moves forward, then we'll address the funding to match that new throughput. But yes, sir, that's exactly what we did.
Okay. Yeah, I think something that would be helpful, because we get these requests pretty much at nauseum and at random. But if what would be helpful for us is if we can get those that may be rejected. Maybe if there's a list where we can say, look, here's what the status is of your particular street. I don't think that we have that information, and we aren't equipped to respond, because they aren't necessarily going to call you. They don't have your numbers, but they have our numbers.
Sure. So we do have a platform currently that citizens can go in and look at where their process is on their request, and it'll actually populate whether it's been, it's in the study phase or if it's in construction phase. So we do have that, and it's on our website, on the City of Memphis Engineering Division's website. And then from that point, they can determine where their process is, whether it's be rejected or not. So it actually posts it on there. We can certainly provide that list as well.
Well, I just didn't know that, me for one, I didn't know that existed. So if I could point somebody to there, that's more helpful than it was before I stepped in here today. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Chair. Once a street is denied, it's like forever denied, right? Is that it for that street, or can you reapply?
Now, once a street is rejected, that would reapply after 2 years.
Okay. So
How many? 2 years.
After 2 years. Now, is there, so for the streets that are denied, what is the alternative? If they're experiencing a lot of fast driving on their street and a lot of problems, what is the option for them?
So I would say with the new initiative that is being processed through Steve Schuler's team, perhaps that community can then, when Steve's team go out and meet with the community, that's an alternative way that they can have, at least from a temporary perspective, to deter some of these speeding that's going on.
So they can ask the Steve Schuler's office for the temporary ones?
Yeah, so and I won't talk about how that process happens, but Steve typically holds meetings with various communities throughout the city. Right. And then at that time, they can express their concerns about speeding that's occurring on particular streets or what have you. And then it runs through that team, and then it comes back to us for evaluation, and then obviously installation.
So is that the PJA, the Neighborhood Partnership? That's the one you're talking about, the meeting that you have to, Steve Schuler's over? Yeah,
so he holds various communities. I don't know exactly which ones he's got scheduled, but it's the one that goes through.
Okay, the last question is, are neighborhoods able to purchase their own?
Yeah, we do have a process if the community desires to procure the materials themselves, and that I believe does get elevated in terms of our process, right? In terms of
what's the cost for that?
Once a study is approved for that location, and if they want to procure the actual materials, then we do have a process for that.
And who do they need to find out about that process and the cost? I think and then the reason why I asked is because I went through a neighborhood and they had some, and it was on a street that I didn't think would be able to get one because it's like a main street. And someone told me that the community purchased its own in Cordova.
I would say, just like any other process, is if there's a request, make it through 311 from a record perspective. But if you would just give us that information, we can certainly reach out to the citizens as well. I mean, you can contact our office at, our typical office number of 636-6700. Have, talk to somebody in traffic engineering, and we'll have somebody available there.
Okay, but I'm glad to know that you can, if a neighborhood wishes to, they can purchase their own. So appreciate that.
They just can't install them themselves.
Pardon me?
They can't install them themselves. That just, no one can just buy one and put it themselves. It has to be permitted and approved by the utility.
Thank you. I yield back, Chair.
All right. Councilwoman Johnson.
Back to her, Councilwoman Logan's question, how much does are these speed bumps to purchase them?
So historically, right now for a rubberized speed humps, it's $8,500. Is that right? So it's $8,500, and that's depending on how many actual speed humps are going to be placed on that particular roadway. So a longer street may have multiple speed humps.
So how much will $8,500 get you?
That's
One section,
That's one hump.
That's one location.
24, that's like 24.
Okay, now let's get clear here. You said location. Now, location may be a street of a certain width.
Right.
Length. So what does $8,500 get you?
So that would be one
speed
on
hump
that street.
So a street can have multiple.
Right. Yeah, that's what I know.
85 times 3.
Okay, usually they're in three sections. They're in three sections. So is it 3 times 85 or 3 for 85?
3 times 85.
I'm trying to find out. I don't know. Because right now it's averaging $22,000. Divided 1.6 by 76 is 22,000. So I don't know how you're doing it, even at that amount of money.
Yes, ma'am. So each request amounts to approximately $25,000. So each of these 70 some odd requests that we're talking about for FY22, each one of those requests is going to include multiple sections of speed humps, and the total cost for that will be around $25,000.
Okay, so it's not $8,500 fees if you divide it
It's
like
$8,500 for one actual row of speed humps. But on a longer street, you may have 3 or 4 separate rows of speed humps.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Okay, y'all.
Thank you.
We ran a little long. I know we love speed humps. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. We're going to take a vote on this item. All those in favor? Any opposed? All right, it's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 5. Council? Let's get it together. Council? Okay, cool. Just make sure we all still here. Item number 5. An additive change order to appropriate additional construction funds in the amount of $181,564 for project number PW01064, streetscape improvements for Elvis Presley Boulevard from Commercial Parkway to Winchester, Council District 6 and 3, Super District 8, requested by the administration, request for same 9 minutes. Moved by Carlisle, seconded by Warren. Administration.
Yes, sir. So we're in the final stretches of completing Elvis Presley Boulevard North segment. During that construction, we did have some overages and some of the construction unforeseen issues. This is a grant-funded project. This ask of $181,000 would offset that 20% from the grant. So what we're asking for is the appropriation of a current allocation of $181,000.
Thank you, Director Bland. Any Councilman Ford? I was ready for you, Councilman Ford. The floor is yours, good sir. I know that's right by you.
It's right by me, and it's the same. Okay, what are you planning on doing with this $181,000?
So that's actually unexpected expenditure that we had. We discovered some issues during the construction phase that required some additional work. And so part of the funding of the 181 is the matching fund towards that grant funded project.
Okay, so in other words, you're trying to tell me that's the overage that we need to pay, right? Now, whoever did some of the work, okay, they need to go back and they need to refund us a little bit of money, okay? In front of my place, every time I cut my grass, it still looks like my grass is in horrible shape. Elvis Presley Boulevard. They put weeds in front of our places. All the different businesses, it looks ridiculous. First problem I have, it was a contractor from Mississippi, not from Memphis or nowhere else. I got an issue with that. You know, we talked with some of them and they didn't care, but they gave us some weeds, okay? And then they're not, hey, nobody's keeping it up and more weeds are growing. But it looks terrible from Brooks Road to Winchester, okay? Both sides of the street. We thought sure they would end up doing a little bit better when they kind of finished the west side of the street. Just as bad, okay? Just as bad. I don't know the amounts of money, but I would like to know. I got issues with that, okay? So when they do phase 2, they don't need to have the same issues. Then especially when they finish phase 3. But from our side, that we've had problems the whole time. It should have been, should have been giving us money back instead of we got an overage because they didn't do a lot of the things that they were supposed to have been doing, okay? Actually, it was supposed to be in the medium in the middle of the street. They kind of didn't do any of those different things. I need to know the figures and numbers before we give anybody $181,000, say it's an overage. I got an issue. And then, like I said, I want them to come and take them weeds out of the front of everybody's front door. It's terrible. Right down there, you know. But I get my grass cut and everybody else get it. And hey, when people are going down Elvis Presley Boulevard, they say, why don't they cut their grass? It's not ours. It's what they put out there. So before we give any money, hold this money until, hey, I want to know why and what really happened and what's the overage. I like to hold this. I got issues with it.
Okay.
That's my front door.
All right, there's a motion to hold. It doesn't appear to be an objection. No objection on this item. Item number 5. First we're gonna Councilwoman Johnson, then we're gonna.
Okay, I have a question. Are you saying that the actual overage was twice 181? Because if you're asking for this, is this not a federal project that y'all do side by side? So the overage is really more than 181. It's close to 3,600.
Because it should be 3 times.
2 times.
State, federal, and it's all 3.
So the ask of the appropriation of the 181 is our 20% match.
20%.
That is our 20% match towards the grant, for the federal grant. That is correct. To answer your question, Councilman Ford, so we typically have 2 types of inspections that occur there. So part of this effort that we're trying to complete now is our punch list. So obviously we'll reach out to our consultants and our contractors to make sure that those items that you've identified are addressed prior to the closure of the project. That's 1. 2, we do have our own inspectors in-house in addition to state inspectors. So those, we have to get those blessed by the state before we move progress to any sort of reimbursement for it. So we do have that, and I fully hear you in terms of the condition that's out there. We'll definitely circle back with our contractors and our CEIs to make sure that they're held, based on the actual design of the landscaping.
Also, not only that, they end up changing the side of Brooks Road. Can you tell me why? I mean, where it has Whitehaven put on there. It was already built. They came back out there within the last 3 or 4 weeks and they changed it all. Why?
So I think what you're referring to is on the southeast corner of that wall. It's actually being primed for an artwork. So there is an art component as part of that, and that art component is being managed by the Art Commission. And so the wall itself is intended to prep up for this artwork.
Okay, so that's why they changed. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so it appears that item number 5 is held without objection. I guess we'll hear back as relates to item number 5 at next council meeting. Item number 6, an ordinance to amend chapter 13, various sections to update permit and discharge requirements for industrial and other users of the city's sewer system in accordance with federal and state regulations. All council districts requested by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Carlisle, seconded by Warren. Councilman Carlisle, your hand is up.
Thank you, Chair. In the best interest of everybody's time today, this item will be up for 3 readings. I would move that we move it with no vote today, and we can have it back in committee next week for discussion. It's a very robust amendment to our ordinances, and we got plenty of time to discuss it. So if we could do that without objection, that'd be great.
It doesn't appear that anyone objects. Is anyone? All right.
Item number 6 is held. No, item number 6 there will be.
Here is the process, yeah.
Continue the process with no discussion. All right. Do we need a vote on this item? All right. So item number 7, a resolution requesting to reallocate funds in the amount of $5,811,887, CIP project number GS 01032 to acquire the Coke facility at 499 South Hollywood and to construct a fueling center. Council District 4, Super District Gate, requested by the administration. Please note there's a request for same night minutes. Moved by Carlisle, seconded by Warren. They moved everything today. Step up over there. Anyone from the administration, Director Adams, you look like you're ready to roll. All right. Is the speaker on?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Director.
All right.
Chief McAllen.
Antonio Adams, Director of General Services, City of Memphis. We are bringing this particular resolution to you all for the express purposes of acquiring the location formerly known as the Coke Distribution Facility at 499 South Hollywood. And then, of course, what we will do with that particular facility is we will consolidate a lot of our operations onto that location, eliminate some leases over at Union Extended, and of course, eliminate the lease for our IT division down at its location. And then, of course, we will replace the central fueling center over that's going to be vacated over at 671 St. Jude. So within your packets, I included the draft of the purchasing agreement, and then, of course, the LOI that kind of details the terms in which that shows the path as to how we negotiated the $2.5 million acquisition price. And then, of course, this does save us immediately $20 million construction over at the Knight Arnold facility. So we propose to reallocate those funds into this particular project, acquire. First order of business, though, is that we will be able to provide parking for the Tiger games and the Southern Heritage Classic, and of course the Liberty Bowl game this particular season. And that is the parking that's been impacted because of the construction over in Liberty Park.
All right. We have a couple of council members in the queue. First noted, Councilman Warren, followed by Councilman Carlisle, then Councilwoman John.
You actually read my mind concerning parking as it relates to football games and events. This year, we'll be providing parking. Will this facility have additional parking necessary in the future for those events? And, we'll be able to expand into the area to allow extra parking, because I think we're losing some with our Liberty Park. What's the plan for that in the future as you get your construction up and done?
Yes, sir. The intent is to utilize the parking for game day and whatever experience over at the park, whatever event experience, full parking there.
How much will you have, and will it be enough to make up what we're losing?
Right. We're estimating 1,000 is for 1,000 parking spaces. We don't know for sure if it will make enough. This will be more than enough for those that choose to tailgate and have events there. Tiger Lane, they will have some adjacent parking, and then of course we will provide some kind of game day accommodations to assure, or event accommodations to assure those people can get from the parking to the event.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. Councilman Carlisle, I almost skipped you.
Never.
Go ahead.
To that, don't be afraid to use MATA or public transportation to go to the games. Also helps because those roads weren't designed for some of that game day traffic gets out of control. That's good. Those are good questions. 2.5 for the land acquisition, and then $3 million to begin construction, and then 300 and change for the A&E. And then, but the total, we believe the total project cost is roughly
Right now, the total project cost is speculative because we've not done or finished all the programming for all the different locations to go in there.
Long and short, though, it's cost savings. And by the way, the city taking control of this piece of real estate is critical. Critical. How big is the site, by the way?
A little bit over 17 acres.
17 acres. All right. Excellent. Thank you. And by the way, I know Chief and Antonio have been tracking this site for quite a while, so I'm really excited that we were able to get control of it because they did take it out to the marketplace, and so I'm really happy that the city is going to be able to kind of round out that corner. I will absolutely be supporting this, and great work and congratulations. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Councilwoman Johnson, the floor is yours, man.
Thank you, Chair, but between Dr. Warren and Carlisle, my questions have been addressed, and I know the most important fact is to acquire that particular piece of property. Parking is an issue. I'm hearing about what's going to happen, but you're working on it.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
It appears that all hearts and minds are clear as it relates to this item. All right. I'll take a vote on this item. All those in favor? Aye. That was a resounding aye. Any opposed? And there's a request for same 9 minutes. Any opposed? It's the opinion that of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you so much. All right. Item number 8. A resolution requesting the approval of the sale of city-owned property known as 1925 Union Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38104, parcel ID number 01605200029 and 01605200028 and 01605200022, the former Union Avenue Police Precinct, Council District 5, Super District 9, requested by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Carlisle. Seconded by Warren. Is anybody else here today? All right. You just got them two. Administration.
All right. This is Antonio Adams, Director of General Services, and I'm here on behalf of the administration, and we bring forward to you a request to sell the 1925 Union Avenue property, formerly known as the West Precinct. And this sale and this process was conducted pursuant to Ordinance 5637. What I have here, the recommended by the administration, the recommended bidders. And what I'll do is I'll go over brief overview of what the process was and how we landed at this particular decision to recommend to you all for your consideration and hopeful approval. So we released an RFP on January 22nd. It was out roughly 90 days. We sent this out through email campaign. Well, first of all, we solicited the assistance of callers, real estate brokers to assist us in this. So we sent this out directly to those that are developers, about 7,800 emails, 2,700 viewed, 48 viewed the agreement that we had online. And then, of course, we list this on CoStar and LoopNet. These are MLS services for commercial real estate. And then, of course, we listed this particular solicitation in the local media, meaning print media, Daily Memphian, Commercial Appeal, La Prensa, Tri-State Defender. And then, of course, we created a web page on the city site, as well as Colliers actually created a web page on their site to list and advertise and receive comment and questions about this property. So we believe from a marketing perspective, we took an exhaustive approach to ensure that we got as many potential bidders as possible. We received a total of 5 bids. 2 were really submitted, but they were submitted without any of the information that we requested. So we tossed those, and then we considered 3 particular bidders. First bid came in at $1.5 million, and their proposed use was 11,000 square feet of retail space. and 131 apartments with some parking spaces adjacent to that as well. Then we had another that came in. The original bid price was $2 million. And then of course the proposed use was 7,500 square feet of retail space, 140 apartments, and 150 parking spaces. And then final, we had a submission of $3.2 million with the proposed use of an anchor hotel, 8,750 square feet of commercial retail space, and 32 apartments. The original appraisal that we set on this particular property came in at $6 million. So you can imagine our shock and concern when we end up having a proposals that came in far than what the appraised value. And so what we did was we commissioned Colliers to provide us a market analysis of relevant development in and around this particular area. And we asked for each of the groups to provide us their second and their final best offer. Their final and best submissions came back. First group moved from $1.5 million to $2 million. Nothing changed about theirs. One thing that we did ask in their solicitation, we asked for a pro forma, and then we asked them if they would be if they were likely to seek some type of public assistance, and then of course, first group is likely to seek a 15-year pilot on this project. Second group, price did not change, $2 million, and then of course, they are likely to seek a pilot as well. Third group, price increased from $3.2 to $3.5 million. There's no pilot being sought in this particular project, and they are projecting an economic impact of roughly around $11 million in retail sales tax and hotel taxes noted. And it's one thing that's important. This property sits in the tourist development zone. So that's one of the things that we took in consideration, given what information we had. And so moving forward, we selected the Union Station Development Partnership, and we recommend that this property be sold to them for $3.5 million. Understanding that there will be some deed restrictions to make sure that the city's covered in the event that they receive the property. They just can't summarily just take the property and resell it or flip it. So we will have deed restrictions there. And then, of course, I think that there will be some restrictions that I would hear from you all in a sales agreement. So kind of open this up for conversation.
I just wanted to thank you all for this. This is a real opportunity for the city of Memphis. When we bring these transactions to you, many times we say, hey, we want to sell a parcel. You say, what's the appraised value? Maybe in a residential area, maybe some other place. And we typically try to go for the appraised value. In this case, this is a pretty complicated piece of property. It's in a prime commercial corridor for us. I see this as two choices, and this is why we recommend this. We have a development team who's done considerable work in the city. We know that they can deliver. They're offering us a price that was much higher than anybody else did, and they're not seeking any incentives. The alternative is that we can deny the application and leave it on the market for $6 million, and I'm not sure that we'll ever get a bidder at that price. So it may sit vacant for a while. And one thing to be sure, with a purchase price of $6 million, whoever develops it will very likely seek an incentive that may negate the opportunity for us to generate sales taxes or another. Obviously, it would generate more property tax than it does now, but we have the potential now with this proposal to begin immediately generating new property taxes for the city of Memphis, generating sales taxes for the TDZ. So we're entrusted with bringing to you what we believe is the best possible outcome, and that's what we've done here.
but clearly we understand there's many things that y'all have to decide. So we're asking for your favorable consideration because we think this is the right thing to do for this property based on the conditions that we see in the city today and going forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Adams and Chief McGowan. We have a few council members in the queue, but before the council members speak on this item, I would like to hear from the Union Station partnership, I believe, as it relates to the project intent or any previous dealings in the city of Memphis. Let me make sure I establish protocol. Please state your name and address for the record.
Amount of construction Captain Taylor inside the presentation from Crosstown to doing a project right now on Union Avenue. And then G2 Ventures has developed a number of hotels down in Whitehaven, the Hilton Garden in downtown Memphis, the True Hotel in West Memphis. So both companies are second generation Memphis-based companies.
All right. So with that, I believe get the order right. I think Councilman Carlisle, Warren, and Jones in that order. Oh Lord. Okay. Councilman Ford, Canale, Johnson. I need to start looking left a little bit more.
All right. Thank you for the process. I have a lot of thoughts. One though is just a general reaction, which is this is a significant piece of real estate in the city of Memphis, and I more than anybody understand the need to have deal flow and have a process move along because time can kill a lot of these development deals. But I got the documents last Thursday or Friday. I think Thursday they were available. And I got them Friday, and I read them over the holiday weekend, which is not how I really wanted to spend it. But that's okay. That's kind of our job here. And I'm still digesting the process. I'm still digesting the proposals. I started to try and take a look at the pro formas and kind of make sense of them because it sounds like there's three phases to this, all of which could go or not go. The low-hanging fruit is that they're hotel developers by nature. And it's a 3 or 4 story select service hotel, which and not to be offensive, like doesn't excite me at all. You look at this overhead aerial and you look at the available pieces of real estate along Union Avenue of this size, and the scarcity is zero. Like there's nothing else left. And so the response to that could be, well, we ran a large process and only 3 bidders. Like that's true in the middle of a pandemic. And I'll go ahead and address one thing because somebody made the comment to me over the weekend. Well, why didn't you guys bid? Because I'm a sitting city council member, and we didn't want to mire up the process with me or someone related to me participating in this process. So I'll just go ahead and address that out there for the record. That being said, I'm a Memphian, and I'm invested in what happens along these major corridors, and I'm not condemning the project. I think I'm just disappointed that this is what we were able to get out of it. And I don't know if that's more attributable to where our marketplace is, where the macro environment was, but 3.5 acres along a commercial corridor with exits back on Linden and on Barksdale is a significant piece of real estate. And so I think I was just kind of saddened to see like this is where we're at. Specific to the project though, I've got a couple questions. And the other thing I'll say about this group is their proposal doesn't qualify for any incentives. We do not allow, the Downtown Memphis Commission put a moratorium on select and limited service hotels receiving any sort of pilot. You cannot give a pilot for a residential project, only multifamily. That is disallowed. And then the retail is not enough scale to qualify for any sort of pilot either. So under this proposal anyway, they couldn't get an incentive. We just don't allow it under the Downtown Memphis Commission bylaws, just for the record. On your pro forma, you show about a 30% flow through for this type of hotel. I'm not a hotel expert. We're just kind of getting into it, but I would think the gross operating profit in a select service, limited service hotel would run more like 40 to 45% versus 30%, which you're showing net operating income. And so my point is are you really seeing 10 to 15 to 20% of non-operating expenses that take your flow through? So, and I'm really going on year 3, which looks like your first stabilized year for a project of this scale. I think you show revenues around $3 million and a flow through of $986,000 in net operating income. It seems low to me, but again, I'm not a select limited service operator. And the reason I bring that up is because that impacts the value of the project. What's been provided for are land sale comps versus a ready user. If I'm a ready user, I may be able to pay more because I've got a ready use to go, and I can back in the value of the real estate based on its exit value or the refinance value. What complicates this a little bit is they're proposing 3 separate uses, and of which you don't really know what's going to go and not go. I would love to see condos built on the backside, and I'm sure the neighborhood would too. Condo market in Memphis is tricky. This isn't urban condo like you would see downtown, but it's not. I mean, 180 a foot was surprising to me, but I could spend another 45 minutes kind of going through this. My point is that I'm still digesting what's happening here, and I would like to meet with the developers. I don't want to condemn the development until we've had time to talk about it. I will say just generally, though, I was very disappointed that no one came with a true urban mixed-use development for a high-density area. There's a notation in here that this is the build-up, not out. I'm not sure that low-rise hotel with a single-story retail and 2-story, that's building up for me. This is zoned up to 10 stories in the Memphis 3.0 plan, and including in the Midtown overlay. I'm sure that those in Central Gardens would not be happy with a 10-story development, but it still faces Union, and so I will yield the floor because I know others want to speak, but I'm really not prepared to render a decision today. I'd like more time just to meet and digest what's happening here. I respect the process and the time that's gone on, but we just got this information, and this is too important of a piece of real estate to render a decision today. I'll save a motion just so we can continue the discussion, but I thank you for the proposal, but I just need more time. So I yield back.
All right.
Thank you for those comments, Councilman Carlisle, our resident expert on most of the development. All right, can we go to Councilman Warren, Jones, and Councilman Ford, and then we have a host of other council members in the queue.
My question is, do we need to vote on this today, or do we have time? Is there time urgency that this needs to be voted on, or can we have the 2 weeks to answer Councilman Carlisle's questions?
Well, I can speak from the administration, but I'll allow the development team to talk about what time means to them, and I'll just kind of go through the ordinance itself. But
we're not opposed to sitting down with every council members. I've reached out to several, and I know vacations and everything. We would be glad to meet you individually as a group, answer any questions. There's not a need for it to be voted this afternoon. We found out Thursday through the commercial appeal that it got pushed forward, which is fine. We were ready to move forward. But if we want to delay it and be able to meet with anybody, we'll be glad to go through the pro forma. We'll be glad to go through why we designed it the way we did, and it's taken into consideration the neighborhoods. We'll actually have a meeting on Thursday with OPD to really ascertain the process that we will have to go through them and allow public opinion to come in, because we will have to meet with landmarks. We will have to go through the whole, where there'll be a lot of public opinion to go to the look and the design.
Mr. Massey, could I, let me suggest this. I would suggest that either you or someone with the team sends out emails to the staff of the council members to see if you can get a meeting on the agenda, because I know a lot of council members are concerned about this project, and this is prime real estate in the city. So just go ahead and get the email out. So, and take time to sit down with the council members and talk through this project. I think that would be a wise decision to make.
hold this, because there's so many questions, and you guys have a lot of steps to figure out. Forgive me for just jumping in, but the applicant has a lot of steps they still haven't completed. The council has a lot of questions, so I feel like council members will be asking questions, and these guys don't fully know where they're going next.
Okay, so I'm gonna come back to it. So first, I want to ask the council members, do y'all want to ask your questions now on the record, or would you prefer to go ahead and entertain the motion to hold? Now, okay, so we're gonna come back to the motion to hold at a later date. And then now we're at Councilman Jones, I believe, if I'm following the order correctly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, the administration has an obligation to bring something before us. We don't have an obligation to approve it just because it's brought before us. We're looking at giving away $2.5 million worth of equity. Now, I know that there could be provisions that essentially say you can't sell it, something that has taken place before I got on the council, or as recently as since I've been on the council. The old police department, there was a company, the organization that came in to buy it. The only improvement that they made was putting up a for sale sign. Now, Lowe's came in, I see the sign is back there, so it raises questions whether or not they've already announced that they weren't going to be using that part of it, but had it been part of the plan, the only improvement, and the purchase price may have been $1 million, an amount that I heard that the asking price, or what may have been the agreed upon price, may have been $3 to $4 million, if not greater than that. And to me, like I said, the only improvement was putting a for sale sign there. So to me, there's no urgency with this. We own it. As Mr. Carlisle indicated, you give me a tract of land that is a parcel and it may be multiple parcels, on one of our busiest streets, there are none. So from the standpoint, I go back to, there was another piece of property that the city owned. If we own it, folks, just like we own our house, you put it on the market when you want to. You can accept or reject any offer that comes before you. It's our obligation on behalf of the taxpayers of this city. And like I said, you're going to be hearing from me, new revenues, additional revenues. We do not leave, and the market could very well go against us. But because we are owning it, it's city property, perhaps there's maintenance, upkeep. There are other city pieces of property that we've owned for 5, 6, 20 years, whatever the case may be. So I don't see the urgency of taking, just because we had 2 may have been thrown out, to taking or going with the first proposals that have come before this body, because we own it. If there are other ones, this is one where I'm willing for us to wait this out and entertain others. If this organization wants to come back and says to us, well, we've gone up to 3.5, but 5.5 seems a little bit different for us, I'm all ears. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Councilman Jones. I think we should all keep a tally of how many times that Councilman Jones tells us that for additional revenue. Councilman Ford, the floor is yours, good sir.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. First question I got, I know y'all mentioned hotel in Whitehaven. Where are you talking about?
Holiday Inn Express at Winchester and Elvis Presley.
Right across the street from you?
Oh, and Express.
Right across the street from you.
Holiday Inn Express.
Next to the car wash.
I know where it is. Yeah, I know where it is. I've been in Whitehaven all my life. I know where it is. Union, I know where it is. Okay? Yeah. I wish we had Chick-fil-A out in Whitehaven. We used to have everything. Goodman Road got it all. It used to be in Southland Mall, right in the middle. First one. That's before they came out real strong. I'm older than all y'all. I know. I can go back almost 100 years, and I'm just 66. I'm brought up by old people, smart people. Sometimes you have to be wise and listen to the old ones sometime, and maybe you can get a little bit of wisdom. One thing I do when I see a woman with gray hair, my wife have to tell her, please forgive my husband because he's going to rub your hair. But I want to rub the wisdom that they have. I rub men's white hair too, you know. Yeah. You know, it wouldn't make no difference because it's wisdom. That's what we all need to sometimes have. I don't have a problem with Union Avenue, but since you did do Holiday Inn, I got another piece of property for you. Right there in Whitehaven, right down the street, which needs a hotel and it needs some retail. Because like I said, we used to have everything on Elvis Presley Boulevard. But you know what? And I have nothing against Graceland doing what they want to do, but Graceland was our downfall, okay? They sent everybody down to Goodman Road. That's why Goodman Road has everything that we used to have. We need to bring it back. So if y'all want to do some other investment, I got a big old piece of property, not mine, somebody else's, that hey, would be the perfect place to do just like Goodman Road got. Because you know what? It's a shame they got about 15, 20 hotels down there because, hey, taking money from Memphis, okay? Some of them, majority of them come to see Graceland, you know, not the way it used to be. But I don't like to spend my money down there in Mississippi because they don't like us either. You know, when I was on the council before, we kind of closed the road off because, hey, they complained, you know, coming up here and didn't want to help us and didn't want to do anything else. And that was right there by where you can see, what is that? What is it? The place right there, State Line Road. That used to be a thoroughfare. You could go straight through. But you know what? I like to close every street off going to Mississippi. but the problem is you got 150 streets because every one will come to Memphis. And then they bring it and they will run you off the street. But I don't want them taking everything from us. I'm kind of tired of that, okay? That's why invest here.
Councilman, can I say one?
Yeah.
In about 30 days, you're going to see an announcement for Whitehaven.
Okay.
We're going to be bringing, kind of like Councilman Logan, I brought Starbucks, and I'm bringing that other retailer to Austin Peay that we keep talking about. You're going to see the same thing in Whitehaven in about 30 days coming before the council. I've worked, myself, my company, have worked diligently to grow the entire communities and bring it to all areas. And the opening of Starbucks on Austin Peay Highway last week, I think is indicative of the type of investment that we make. And it's not necessarily this partnership, but under the different clients of mine are coming to your community, coming to Raleigh, coming to Fraser. And so we can raise the whole city all together. This provides a great opportunity for this property. And again, we're glad to meet with any one of you and answer any questions of why we structured the way we did. And it was taken in consideration, the neighbors and everything else. And I'll just kind of leave it at that. But I'll meet with you, talk about Whitehaven and all the stuff. I mean, with Mike Harris and Reed Dahlberger.
I would like to do that because, you know, you mentioned Starbucks. Don't drink Starbucks. Okay? I know these young folk, everything else says, hey, all I want is some black coffee, okay? you know, yeah, I mean, hey, I don't drink all the different stuff, but, you know, Starbucks got a place, and they're supposed to still be coming in Whitehaven right there on Elvis Presley Boulevard. But I got to go back to Graceland. I ain't got nothing against Elvis. But I was part of it. I had a lot of things that Elvis, a lot of people don't know about Elvis. If they really knew the truth of Elvis, okay? Yeah, they kept a lot of things. And I'm gonna bring up a couple items when you're talking about Elvis Presley, okay? Elvis Presley goes back. A lot of people thought, hey, he was just Elvis. Elvis kind of helped more black folk than he did white folk. They didn't want you to know that. You know, if you go back into his history, his backup singers were black, Sweet Inspiration. He did a lot of things. And when Elvis was coming up, one thing Elvis did, if he hired you, He didn't only hire you, he hired you, your family, and everybody else. He bought you cars, he bought you this, he did all of those different things. He was a very good person, okay? He did a lot of things people never knew he did. You know, Lansky Brothers, Lansky Brothers had two places, one on Bill Street, which catered to black. They had a different attire. The other Lansky brother was completely different, but he shopped there on Bill Street. You know, a lot of things that he did. Remember when he passed, we were all in the service. The last show that he had, I was there. I kind of drove Sweet Inspiration. We did another thing. We did a lot of different things. But since he's been gone, I have nothing against Elvis Presley Enterprise, but Elvis Presley Enterprise does not care anything about Whitehaven or the people that's down there in Whitehaven. They got sound system we are suing them about. Our neighborhood association. There's a lot of things. We need to bring some other people in that will give them the competition, and then maybe they will act right after that. That's the problem. Things that they end up doing, the reason why everything is on Goodman Road, because they told everybody, now once you leave here, just go straight on down there until you get to Goodman Road and you got everything that you want. They didn't cater to Memphis, Tennessee, okay? We got enough of them that's taking everything away from us. Maybe we wouldn't have to worry about a lot of different things if we could keep everything in Memphis. People come here every day and work. They run you off the road. They run you off the road on the way back home in the evening. Not spending a dime here. Nothing. That's why, hey, Whitehaven, very stable area. The people that live out in that particular area are very stable people. You know where Kroger's is now, and on Shelby Drive. There was a study when I was on the council before that it was Snooks and everything else before Kroger. You know, they were closing the stores. Said it wasn't enough. I told them to do a study on Whitehaven. When they came back after their study, they said, you know what? We need to build a brand new store and put everything in there for you. So y'all did the study, show you how stable that particular area. And we just don't want anything and everything in Whitehaven, okay? A lot of people said they're part of Whitehaven, but that's okay. We invite them to be part of us. That's why I want to know what hotels were you talking about, you know, and we need some of those things to really, that particular area, to bring it back. Then, yeah, you can get that Starbucks that you like to drink, that Starbucks.
You know I need it.
You know.
Look, you know I need it.
But to really keep Whitehaven what Whitehaven is all about. And, you know, in Whitehaven, they use it as one word now, Whitehaven, but that's not Whitehaven. It's Whitehaven. Two words, not one word. It was the White family that started that particular area. They just put the Haven on there. If you go down there to Whitehaven Elementary School, the school got White and Haven. And like I said, but it's a very different area, stable. Good people down there. We all stick together too. And when it come down to vote, you got 98% of people vote down in that particular area. 98. I don't care if it was a dog running by itself, they don't go vote. That's how stable we are down there. I'm just being honest.
Absolutely.
So, hey, kind of look at that piece of property down there, right there at Gateway and Elvis Presley Boulevard.
I'll come down and show you what we're doing in Whitehaven.
You would do very well right there with a hotel plus, you know, retail.
Thank you, Mr. Massey. Thank you, Councilman Ford. And
excuse me, Chair and Council. Just wanted to kind of tell you all, because I understand there are a lot of questions and you do have some concerns. Pursuant to the ordinance, it is our responsibility to conduct the process and then bring it to you all. We at least 14 days before it hits council agenda. And so we read council agenda as going downstairs. So, I mean, you have the time that's built in the ordinance to get your question asked and answered during this particular time. So It's up to you all. We're not necessarily in a rush. I wanted to defer to the development team to so that you understood what time meant to them. So if that's the case, I mean, we have no issue if there needs to be a hold on this and we return.
Okay, so we're gonna go to, we have 3 more council members in the queue, and then I think I'm gonna entertain a motion to hold. Councilman Canale. Look at God. Councilman Canale. This is wrong. Councilwoman Johnson. That's a good woman there.
Bonus points.
Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question. Does anybody on the team or the development team have any property in Raleigh already?
None of those people have any development. I have another client that has property in the Raleigh area.
Okay,
But I was just saying I do focus on all of Memphis.
All right, so I think I have a staff member reach out to you all. I'm gonna let you know. I'm just curious to know what other pieces of property I think that each ownership member owns in the city of Memphis. Okay, all right. With that,
Mr. Chairman, real quick, Director, if you'll get me the annual cost of upkeep for that property as it is right now, and I move to hold it 2 weeks.
I already got to move to hold. Can we get a second?
Without objection.
Without objection? All right, this item is held until next council meeting, it appears. Oh, there's a question. We're gonna entertain the question, and then we're gonna,
I want to go back to item number 6. I'm not clear about.
Item number 6. Okay, so this item is held. You all are free to go.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
And all right, Councilwoman Johnson, we're gonna give them a second to leave the committee room, and we're gonna quickly touch on item number 6. Thank you.
So that was my motion. And so all I did was, it's got 3 readings, and in the interest of time, it'll be on committee next.
We have one question on item number 6, and then I think you withdrew item number 9, correct? The comprehensive study, we're gonna go through it now? All right, you broke my heart. Item number 6, Councilwoman Johnson? Yeah, send it down without a vote in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks.
Yeah, 2 weeks, but not tonight.
Right, in 2 weeks.
Okay.
So we're not. No, in 2 weeks, because it's come to committee. All right. Item number 9, I think is the last item for this committee. A resolution requesting a comprehensive traffic study of incorporated parts of Cordova, District 1 and 2, Subdivision 9, sponsored by Councilman Carlisle. The floor is yours, Councilman Carlisle.
Move it.
Second.
Thank you.
Move seconded.
Colleagues, we're knocking on doors in Cordova. One of the biggest complaints from those neighborhoods is that as Cordova was developed over the 60s, 70s, 80s, and early 90s, they were done predominantly in large-scale subdivisions by developers that would build these subdivisions and then deed the streets back over. And the neighborhood is in flux now, and so there are large secondary and feeder streets that were designed for much higher traffic volumes than actually ended up existing. And what's happened is they've turned into like small raceways. And the citizens of Cordova, in my opinion, don't ask for very much. It's really their trash being picked up, code enforcement, and safer streets, which is engineering as well as the police department. What has not occurred is a comprehensive traffic study that could outlay a long-term capital plan about how they could deal with traffic calming and traffic safety in a large-scale manner. It's been done with bits and pieces. And so in an effort to address that, I just wanted to introduce this resolution asking the engineering department to take on a comprehensive traffic study. I threw a number out there that was kind of a swag at not to exceed $300,000. I think it actually may be more expensive, but I wanted to go ahead and introduce this and kind of tell you where I was at, and then attempting to try and do something that looks at the entire area, because you shut off one street, it's going to impact another. And the other thing I'd like to do in the meantime is reach out to the county commission, because there's unincorporated parts of Cordova that fit in there. And I really think that they should partner with us in city engineering and looking at that entire area as we address it. I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm in no rush necessarily. So, I just wanted to kind of circulate the idea and just start having kind of some dialogue. That yield.
Councilman Carlisle, are you asking this body to vote on this today, or are you just introducing it today and we're going to move it to next week?
Whatever you guys want to do. If you guys don't want to vote on it today, we can talk about it more. That's fine. Okay.
You have some hungry colleagues.
Let's hold it.
So we're going to hold it until next council meeting. And thank you for introducing it as well, if there's no objections.
I have a question.
Emperor of North Memphis.
If we're holding it, will the engineering department be able to come back with a more concrete number?
I think so. I mean, to be honest, the number that Manny gave me in our discussion was 600.
Ooh.
Because you're talking about such a large scale area. And it just hasn't been done for this. And so it may have to be funding it in two parts, right? I mean, we've got a tight budget, but I just think that when you talk about an area that doesn't ask for a lot when it comes to CIP things, I mean, this is something that is on the top of, I mean, we talk about solid waste. This and code enforcement are like right in there, number two. So 600 is the number, but I'm happy to try and figure out a way in which maybe we can do that over 2 fiscal years. But I wanted to get the work started. The other thing that I want to have happen is I recognize that Manny and his team have other things that they're working on. And so I wanted to be able to have some flexibility if they had to go to an outside consulting firm, an outside engineering firm in order to begin the work that needs to happen. But again, I'm happy to start this and I need to have more conversation with the administration, but in light of what happened last week, as well as just generally, this is just something that I don't want to, and I know you don't either, Councilwoman, want to have passed before, I get out of here. So that's where this is, that's the motivation behind this.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. I think the traffic study is needed. Councilwoman Jones, have anything else? All right, we're going to hold this item to the next council meeting. Appears all hearts and minds good with that. At 12:21 and 25 seconds, this committee is in.
And 9 minutes early.
Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Vice Chairwoman Swear. Councilman Jones.
Here.
We have Councilwoman Robinson.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
And Chair Easter Thomas.
Present. Colleagues, we have two items on the agenda today. The first one I am excited about. We have Ms. Ariel Munson here to present regarding her organization, Operation Taking Back 901, all council districts and sponsored by myself. So as you see Ms. Munson on the screen, Ms. Munson, if you could unmute yourself and give your name and address and then go into your presentation.
Thank you, Chair.
My name is Ariel Munson. My address is 812 North Claybrook Street, and it's 38107.
Thank you for being here today.
Founder.
Okay, my bad. Go ahead. Thank you for being here today, Ms. Munson.
I'm grateful to be here. I sent over a presentation. Is it available to be put up?
Is it on the, okay, can you see it on the screen now?
Yes, I can. Organization is called Operation Taking Back 901. Been in existence since July the 1st of 2016. Is to implement economic and educational programs to serve youth and their family here in Shelby County. As I stated, we're a 501c3 nonprofit here. Since we've been in existence, we've been doing all type of events. Our main focus is our youth. As you know, in our city, we have a lot of opportunities to present different things. So we go back in the community and we do vision board parties, back to school bashes, book literacy drives, and we also do community cleanups. Can we get it changed for me? I am Ariel Munson. I am an author, an activist, and advocate here in Memphis. I'm a Memphis native. I graduated from Northside High. I am a founding member of Memphis Shelby POW, which is the police activity. I am an alumni of the 2019 cohort for C and an active member of the Democratic Women of Shelby.
Yeah.
Operation Taking Back 901 is broken down into three components, which is Ready, Road to Greatness, and Homebound. All include promoting and providing opportunities by enhancing the development of business workforce, economic development, education, and social services. The picture that I have listed is a vision board party with over 60 youth, and we help them cast vision on what they want to do as far as the future, whether it's right now, whether it's 6 months, 3 months, a year. So that is one of our main things that we like to do is go in the community and pour into the youth. As you can see, they had a great time. This is one of our food drive donations within the community. I reach out on social media, community partners, as well as businesses. And I store a lot of the items in my home because we don't have a location. And we provide these resources to the homeless community, as well as the youth. This is our third bash that we have pictured here, and we were able to provide over 500 kids with supplies. We provided entertainment, health, as well as free ice cream, free food, financial literacy information, because we partner with different banks in the community, and we try to help the kids and their families establish a bank account. And that's one of our last back to school bash that we had before the pandemic, but we're getting ready to gear up for our fourth, August the 7th. awesome partnership with the Park Commission and local community libraries. We also have a relationship with different businesses in the community, small businesses as well as big businesses. We get donations from Target, Solar Ministry, different churches, and local partnerships with people throughout. And that's our vision board party. We have a partnership with Solar Ministry, and it's an organization, different big donations as far as food, Walmart, Target, and we store everything up and we do gift baskets as well as we different drives where we go to different communities and we build baskets to pass out within the community. And this organization is, we have a lot of help from different board members, as you can see. A lot of them are different people that see the vision and board and they come out and help. I basically put a flyer on social and I ask people who are interested in volunteering to help me out. We have been in existence since July 1st, 2016. We have hosted a lot of different events. Our last event that we had in March, we did a women's empowerment brunch where we had over 60 women to come out and we basically met together to work along with each other as far as women trying to vision within each other, build businesses as well for each other. And we're looking forward to doing that again, because our mission is to implement educational programs for children as well as their families. We have been working in the community. There's over 5,000 people within the city of Memphis. Our whole vision is to empower, because I am from the North Memphis community. I went to Valentine Elementary, Snowden, and Northside. So I am very familiar with the neighborhood. And I know that it is a low-income neighborhood, so I'm trying to do as much as possible to get back to my community. And my name is Ariel Munson.
Thank you, Ms. Munson. We will go to our colleagues in the queue. They might have a couple of questions or comments for you. Councilman Smiley.
Thank you, Ms. Monson, for your presentation. Thank you for the service that you're providing for the city of Memphis. I just had a general question, and it could just be that I don't remember everything, but did you apply for council grant funds in the previous years?
No, I did not. I missed the deadline.
Okay, let me ask you this question. I'm not sure if you know off the top of your head. Do you know, what is your organization's annual budget?
Our annual budget is $20,000.
$20,000. Is there any particular project that you're actively working on now? Because I do understand. So the reason I'm asking, I want you to give you some context. I do know that some council members still have maybe a small amount of funding available, and for me, I want to know: is there any particular project that you have currently under works or currently implemented now? Just generally speaking.
I have a back to school bash on August the 7th at 11 a.m. I'm in the process of raising donations. I have been trying to purchase things and reaching out to the community to get these kids are going back to school this year. And I want to make sure that I can provide some supplies or uniforms or just be able to, leave a smile on their faces if they have out of school already. So I'm sure they're geared up to go back.
I think you mentioned it earlier. Is your organization a nonprofit 501c3?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm gonna talk to my staff and see if we can get you $1,000 of funding to support your back to school bash. Keep up the good work, and hope to see you in the community.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman Smiley. Are there any other colleagues that wish to speak or ask Ms. Munson any questions about her organization? Back to school bash, Ms. Munson, can you repeat the date for that for Councilman Smiley?
August the 7th.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you, Councilman Smiley. Thank you so much, Ms. Munson. Colleagues, I, as you know, every month try to bring a different organization here just to talk about the impact that they're doing in the community. And so I came across Ms. Munson when she was doing her literacy drive and back to school bashes in the North Memphis area in my district a few years ago. So just been following and keeping up with just her dedication and her genuine care for those in the area. So thank you, Mr. Smiley, for pledging that 1,000. If we have 1,000 to match that for my district, we can look for that as well. And if anyone else would like to support that as well, because we hate you, Mr. Deadline, being so impactful in your area. So thank you, Ms. Munson, so much for letting us know about Operation Taking Back 901, which you all can find online for more information about Ariel Munson and her organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
Thank you.
All right, colleagues, let's move to item number 1. Item number 1 is a resolution to transfer an allocation of $75,000 from PK 20100 Parks Cover Line to GA 01031 Play Yard renovation and appropriate same for Memphis Animal Services. Council District 1, Super District 9, requested by the administration. Can I get a motion? Okay, moved by Warren, second by Robinson. Is there anyone from the administration here to speak on this item? Now you go over there on item doing. All right. No. Yep, okay, Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I appreciate that. When it says play yard renovation, I know that the Kennedy Park, okay. I know that Kennedy Park, which is one of the largest parks in District 1, and there's no children's playground, anything there for children. And so I've talked to them about that, and I'm assuming that this is the area or the notation for that. They are putting together a playground for the children because as it stands now, you got a 260-acre park, and there's nothing there for them. But I was thinking that Director Walker would be here.
It is right here.
Where you see it? Yeah.
Yep. Resolution 75, cover line, where's administration? Yeah. That's just transferring the funds. Move it down.
Right.
And then if we need, remove it. And second, and let's vote on it.
Now, that was the part I didn't understand. Animal services.
Any questions or
Just
comments
transfer.
on this particular item?
No.
There is no administration.
I have a-
Note is in your.
I'd like to make a quick comment. So hopefully someone from the administration is hearing this.
I have it.
And going forward, I think it'll be my position. I think I'm willing to take a vote on this one because it's a simple transfer. But going forward, if there's something on our agenda, I think this council would appreciate the courtesy of having someone here to speak to it if the council members aren't readily informed about the item. So I think this will probably be the last one I'm willing to vote on if we don't have anyone here from the administration to speak to the item. So hopefully you all are hearing me, and I think the council will back me up. Just please have someone here to speak to an item if it's on our agenda, because on our agenda, I'm assuming it's important, not just to me, not just to this body, but also to the folks who live in the city of Memphis.
Chair, thank you, Chair. I'm sorry. I want to retract what I said earlier because when I looked at the resolution, this has something to do with the Memphis Animal Services. It's not the one that I thought it was. So I retract it.
Okay, Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Smiley, I definitely agree with your sentiments. Are you saying that we should motion to send this down, no recommendation?
Yeah, I will move to send this one down with no recommendation. And well, it appears that this body wants to hold. So, and I'm not.
Motion to hold.
Motion to hold.
All right, item held. Say that again, Councilwoman.
What can they do? Council Logan has changed what she thought it was.
So, can we get a second? Is there a second? Or without objection?
Comment?
Go ahead, Councilman Warren.
I think, I agree with your sentiments completely, Councilman Smiley, but I think we take it down and we make them talk about it at the meeting.
Yeah, that's what we are.
We sit it down without any sort of recommendation and then ask our questions at the meeting.
I'm fine with either. I just, wanted to be on the record, letting know the business that we do on this body is important. And I think that, if you put it on the agenda, someone should be here to speak to it because the people, the folks of the city of Memphis, they may not have access to these documents. They need to hear the organization or division who are presenting something to us. When we're talking about moving, a nice penny of money to somewhere else, they need to know what's happening. So I just want to hear someone speak to it next time. And I'd be hard pressed to vote on anything else if we don't have someone speaking to the item. Yeah. $75,000 is no small number.
Councilman Ford.
Yeah, actually, this is moving money from one place to the other. Unspent allocations, and this is really moving 75,000 from, we got money that was unspent, that's $75,000, and it's being moved for the play yard renovations. That's what she's talking about, Councilwoman Logan. That's what it's all about. It's moving money that was left over to take care of it. And that's probably why we don't have administration here. This is just moving money that was left over for renovation, and this is going to, if you read the resolution, it's telling you what exactly they're doing with that 75. And it's for what you were saying that you wanted done. Yeah, a lot of this is going to be done because the administration, they're trying to do all these parks right now. So you're going to see this coming up quite a bit.
Yeah.
That's why, the other Saturday we had an announcement down at Weaver Park about all the different parks and what's going to go on. That's the first initiative with that $200 million.
Right.
So
Councilman Ford, I'm going to ask Councilman Smiley, would you withdraw the whole and then just move it down with no recommendation?
Okay, so to Councilman Ford's point, so the reason, first, I would like to, if it's on the agenda, I think someone needs to be here to speak to it. And then the second thing, if you read this particular item, there's two things being mentioned, not just the play yard renovation, but we're also appropriating $75,000, it seems, to Memphis Animal Services. So there's two different parts of this piece. And, I just want to get some clarity on that. The dog part. Okay, so I just would like for someone to speak to this item. So with that, I withdraw my previous motion, and I'm fine with sending it downstairs with no recommendation. So with that, I move to.
Can we put a motion on there, hold, so that Councilman Jones can give his comment, and then.
So just wait for the motion. Go ahead, the motion.
Wait for the motion.
Okay.
You withdrew, so we withdrew the motion to hold, and now we have Councilman Jones. Then we'll go back to Councilman Smiley.
I probably need to withdraw both motions. I made one motion to send it down with no recommendation. I made another motion to hold. So I'll withdraw every previous motion that I've made.
Well, now, what I don't see here, am I recognized, Madam Chair?
Yes,
okay.
Councilman Jones.
This doesn't seem like an interdepartment transfer. This seems to be still internal to Memphis Animal Shelter. So I don't think what's clear here is this is a play yard for people or play yard for dogs?
It looks like dogs, but
and see, that's why we take it downstairs
Yeah.
or have somebody to answer that question, because I think that if it was if we're talking about Mr. Walker, it would say going from Memphis Animal Shelter to parks, but it doesn't say that. Absent of that, I think that this is still something for dogs.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with that, but we just need to, instead of approving it without being clear, I think clarification of that would be warranted.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. So administration and those directors and those departments, if you did not hear what Councilman Smiley stated earlier, his sentiments, and then what Councilman Jones said as well. With your items, please have someone present to speak on them so that we don't have any ambiguity before we approve them, no matter how minuscule you may think it is. So going back to Councilman Smiley, you had a motion.
I move that we send this item down with no recommendation.
Sir.
So that was moved by Smiley, seconded by Ford. And by voice vote of approval? Aye. Any nays? No. All right, so that item has been sent downstairs with no recommendation. Are there any other council members like to be recognized for any other business?
No, Councilwoman Lisa Thomas, you did a phenomenal job today.
You know, we only get it once a quarter, so it's no time. All right, so this meeting is adjourned.
Members of the public, welcome to the July 6th meeting of Planning and Zoning. Ms. Hayes, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Smiley.
I'm here. Oh, yeah.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Ford.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Carlisle. Councilwoman Robinson. Present. Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilwoman Swingerton. Present. Councilman Covett.
Here.
And Chair Canale.
Here, Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have 5 items on the agenda today. Without any objection, I'd like to go 1, 3, 4, 2, 5. In that order. There's no registered opposition to any of the 5 cases today. Item 1, PD 21-09795 Tanglewood Street. Administrator Whitehead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh Whitehead, the Administrator of the Land Use and Development Services of the Division of Planning and Development. Beginning today, we're going to return to our more customary way of doing these presentations so you don't hear as much of my voice. Please hold your applause. And the project managers will be presenting the cases, and so I will reintroduce you to Mr. Brett Davis in my office.
All right.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Whitehead. Brett Davis, Division of Planning and Development. Great to be in person with you all again. I'll wait for this PowerPoint to get pulled up.
Mr. Chair, I believe we need a motion and a second to hear the item.
Second. Moved by Smiley, seconded by Colvett.
All right.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle.
So I'll be presenting.
You're welcome, Chairman.
Excuse me. I'll be presenting case PD 21-9. This is an application to amend a planned residential development to permit multifamily housing in Cooper Young.
We haven't shared screen yet.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Chairman, you have your staff reports before you, so I think what we're going to use the staff report as our guide, since the PowerPoint's not.
Okay.
All right.
Working.
So this is a development known as Tanglewood Place. Planned development is located at 795 Tanglewood, near the intersection of Tanglewood and Elsie, within District 4, Super District 8. The owner and applicants are Ella Residential LLC and WOSFR LLC, represented by Mr. Tim McCaskill. The area is about 1.2 acres and it's zoned residential 6, partially within the Cooper Young Historic District. We did mail 119 notices and received about 18 letters of opposition, although I don't believe anybody will be here today to speak in opposition. Included in your staff report are several maps showing the zoning, an aerial view, photographs of the site from Elsie and Tanglewood. On page 19 of
the site plan, right?
Yes. Perfect. Okay. So here we see the site plan before you up on your screen. Like I said, this proposal did come before you earlier this year in January, and you approved this plan. It was a proposal to build a small street and alley and 11 very small lot single-family homes. That was approved, but following approval, the developer decided not to pursue that plan and is instead pursuing the plan that's up on the screen before you to build 5 so-called large homes, which is a type of, small apartment building. The staff and the Land Use Control Board have both recommended approval with conditions. And that concludes my presentation. So, okay, now it's tracking. So I'll just reiterate that if this amendment is approved, the previous approval would be superseded and they would be allowed to build the 5 apartment buildings. And if it's rejected, the previous approval would stand and they would still be able to build their 11 lot planned development. Thank you, and I'm available.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you. That's a great question. We don't have the applicant now. We'll have them later. Okay. Then I'll stick instead of the why. Later, what I'm going to ask is why we're going. We were just having this conversation about how duplexes and quadplexes can be important. I'm curious to know why the switch, because I thought part of this model was obviously for the opportunity to purchase single-family homes in addition to leasing them. Quadplexes obviously stop that. But if they're listening, that question is coming. Will you walk me through the highlights of the conditions that were set when the transition from single-family homes to quadplexes were made?
Yes. So, one moment, please. Essentially, we kept, so when the single-family homes were approved, the neighborhood staff and the applicant worked out a compromise to limit those houses to 1.5 stories. That was very important to the neighborhood association. The quadplexes, of course, would be 2 stories, but they are maintaining that same height limit of 30 feet. We also are looking at setbacks. So the plan that's before you, this conceptual plan, would not be the exact same as the final plan. That would have to go through another round of staff review. We would be looking much more closely at the setbacks. So that southern lot on Tanglewood on the eastern side is much too close to the rear property lines of those single-family homes to their south. That would probably have to be shifted to the north, perhaps switching positions with the driveway that would be built. So we would be looking more closely at setbacks, making sure that the parking is appropriately screened and landscaped, and also making sure that there are porches on the front of these houses.
And then as far as neighbor concerns, I assume traffic and or the amount of cars coming in and out, now that you've got upwards of, let's see, we got 5 there, 20 plus, it could be up to 40 people wanting to come in and out of there. Let's talk about that, because I know the Midtown overlay has unique parking requirements.
So the parking requirements would remain unmodified from the base UDC standards, which I think, depending on the number of bedrooms per unit, would probably come out to about 1.5 parking spaces per unit. So we would require that every unit provided have the minimum off-street parking that is required for it. We are requiring that Tanglewood have, a sidewalk, curb and gutter built along the frontage. Beyond that, and any review that might be done by engineering, we're not looking at, additional loads on the streets, though.
And just to remind me, they had to have another neighborhood meeting when they did this plan. Okay. I don't know. I'll yield the floor. I'm curious to see what everybody else has to say.
Thank you, Councilman Warren.
I'm just puzzled why they had, these 11 units that were single-family units approved and had the neighborhood buy-in with that, why they went back to try to build apartment buildings instead. And now we have 18 people that are against it from the neighborhood. Is that what I heard? So did they say why they decided to do this?
No. To my knowledge, I don't know their exact reasoning.
And will we have opposition to speak at 3:30 also?
Not to my knowledge, no.
No.
Interesting. I don't know. I mean, in my mind, they had a deal with the neighborhood, and now they come back with a different deal. Something doesn't smell right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you. I'm back to the opposition concern. Were they informed they had an opportunity to come and speak, or what type of information was shared with them?
So a mailing of public notice was not done in advance of today's hearing, and that was in accordance with UDC standards. So they received their public notice in advance of the Land Use Control Board meeting, but not one for today's council meeting.
Is that fair to the residents, property owners? Or?
If I may, Mr. Chairman, Josh Whitehead, again. The zoning code requires a public hearing for all cases at the Land Use Control Board.
Mm-hmm.
But for cases that go to the city council, the opposition must make an affirmative request for a public hearing, and we did not receive, and we're pretty liberal in our interpretation of an affirmative request. If you ask, when is this going to city council, we consider that an affirmative request. But if there's no opposition that takes that extra step, that's not triggered. And from my memory, there were no members of the public that spoke at the Land Use Control Board. It was all email opposition or phone call.
One member, a representative of the neighborhood association, did speak at the Land Use Control Board.
Thank you.
We need to hold it, y'all.
Now, how many people were opposed to it? You said you had a number. 18. 18.
That's a lot of people.
Okay.
Because there ain't much around here. I'd like to make a motion to hold this, and y'all need to go back, let these people know, because I believe half of them had approved the other part. They thought it was over, and they're not coming, but hey, that's fooling people again. 18 people, if you look at the picture, that was everybody. That was everybody out there. Okay? Everybody. Because half of this, when I'm looking at, ain't nobody in them. So the 18, yeah, please go back and visit those people again. Don't bring nothing to the city council without.
I'll second that motion.
May I offer a compromise that we hear at 3:30, you can ask questions of the applicant, and then if you decide, then we can hold it then.
Yeah, we can take them all downstairs because it looks like, hey, we need to have some discussion with OPG and everybody else. So we need to discuss, and ain't no need to discuss all this up here. Just take everything downstairs, and then we can deal with all of these.
I second that.
Time. So we're gonna be up here with the next one, the next one, the next one. Let's not go that way.
All right, in concert with what I'm hearing, just may I make a motion with no recommendation, send it downstairs. We'll hear from the applicant. If we want to hold another 2 weeks at that point, we certainly can.
That's not me.
Just making sure I got the motion on the floor. So, because it's always in the affirmative, I'm changing it to no recommendation.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Yeah. My question is in line with this. When was the public given official notice that this was coming before this board?
The notices were sent out.
No. When was the public informed of this meeting?
When this agenda was published.
Okay, so that was Thursday, back to Thursday or Friday. And that's what I'm always saying, that we really are not given ample notification for a lot of issues. You get it on Thursday, the office was closed on Monday. There's no questions. I mean, we just need more time, a lot of time. So I'm in agreement.
All right, Councilwoman Logan.
18 people, not people.
Well, if we're gonna hold,
Okay. All right, and all those in favor of sending this downstairs at 3:30 without recommendation, signify by saying aye. Aye. I'm also an aye. Any noes? All right, that item passes. We'll send that downstairs and talk to the applicant at 3:30. Colleagues, item number 3, SAC 21-05 Meta Street, south of York, Paper Street, Meta, sorry. Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Administrator Whitehead. First, let me get a motion in a second. Moved by Colvett, seconded by Smiley. Administrator Whitehead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a request to close a paper street. What do we mean when we say paper street? That's a street that exists on paper only. It was never actually built. Meta is how I've always been
Thank you.
told to pronounce it.
That's proper pronunciation.
This is thank you. This is a short segment of Meta. Here's on the left-hand side of the screen what it looks like today. It's never been opened. It is just east of the old Keithley Pie Company building, which is now a Memphis-made brewery. And then east of that is a youth dance company. And this was necessitated, this request to close this paper street was necessitated by a request to develop what is now the Party Source building there at the corner of Meta and Central into an office, a retail building with 6 townhouses behind it. If you notice on this site plan, teeny tiny, at the bottom left is the entrance into that townhouse development, which will utilize this paper street. Since it will be not open to the public, they needed to formally vacate this right-of-way, which is what the request is before you. Mr. Chairman, there has been no opposition at this case, either at the Liens Control Board or to our knowledge in advance of this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Administrator. Any questions? Councilwoman Johnson.
Okay, so are you going to just give them the land?
Yes. When do you know when we give or sell land?
We're looking for
based
revenue.
Upon when we...
Right, we didn't raise taxes, we need revenue.
Well, also, if we got the right-of-way for free, which is how we got most of our right-of-way as a developer, and this developer goes back to LZ Meacham, who incidentally was the same developer of Orange Mound around the same time, turn of the 20th century. Most right-of-way we have, we did not get because we, the city, purchased it. We got it because it was dedicated to us.
As part of their plan that they wanted to get approved.
Exactly.
Okay.
And so this is a little segment that we got for free from Mr. Meacham.
With a consideration, not for free consideration.
And since we got it for free, we give it away for free.
No, okay. But this is another case, there was funding, a possible funding source there, and I'm gonna find it hard sometime when somebody else comes in here and asks for free land, and y'all gonna say, no. I'm gonna say, yes, because you gave it away there, and I can name a couple other places, but this is the subject today.
Mr. Chairman, may I? Okay.
Love to.
So Meacham, the developer, when he reported his subdivision plat, he dedicated for future use forever certain rights-of-way. Most of those rights-of-way were built as roadways. For whatever reason, this one dead-ended into a railroad, so it was just never built. So Meacham, we have 2 choices when we give up this right-of-way. And since we got it for $0, we cannot sell it legally. We have 2 choices. Either try to sell it to Meacham's heirs, which would be a near impossibility, but Meacham no longer owns any of this land, right? All the parcels were sold over time. So his successors and interests now are the property owners that abut the right-of-way. So this resolution will give those 2 abutters as successors and interests to Mr. Meacham the land back. So that's the legal framework on why we do these road closures the way we do.
Are you gonna put a physical building on top of that land?
It'll be well, I'm not doing anything. The developer will put a driveway.
As part of their plan?
It'll be a driveway. Yes,
Well, I understand what you're doing, but it is a case where people are acquiring the land or being able to use land at no cost, which was owned by the city. So when we talk about looking for revenue, we need to look at every opportunity. We need every penny. Yeah, they need to, right, we should have sold it. Yes.
But now it's more taxable. So now there's $0. If you raise it $0, it's worth nothing because it can't be sold. And they pay $0 in taxes. And now it's going to go to a beneficial use development and join the tax roll. So there is benefit to it. There is some money out of it.
Colleagues, any other questions for Administrator Whitehead? All right, all those in favor of sending item 3 downstairs with a favorable recommendation signify by saying aye. Aye. I'm also an aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Colleagues, item 4, PD 21-14 south of Winchester Road, west of Prescott. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Carlisle, seconded by Warren. Colvett, sorry.
I look like him.
Administrator Whitehead.
Warren, they think we look like.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'll reintroduce you to a colleague of mine, Jeffrey Penzis, who will serve as the, and I have the wrong PowerPoint at the ready, who will serve as the guide for this project. And I'm going to open up the staff report real quick.
So this is PD 2114. It's located 1,100 feet south of Winchester Road on the east and west sides of Prescott Road, located in Council District 3 and Super District 8. The request is an expansion of an existing auto auction facility plan development. So for the Land Use Control Board hearing, 95 notices were mailed on April 28th, 2021, and we did not receive any letters in opposition, and no one was at the Land Use Control Board in opposition of this request. So the difference between this expansion and the original request is essentially the applicant wishes to add approximately 5 acres to the northwest corner of the site. And as part of their site plan, their original site plan had the auto auction facility on the east side of Prescott Road, and it would now be located on the west side of Prescott Road. And staff is of the opinion that this proposed development will not unduly injure or damage the use, value, and enjoyment of surrounding property, nor unduly hinder or prevent the development of the surrounding property in accordance with the current development policies and plans of the city and county. With that, our office recommended approval with revisions to the outline plan conditions, and the Land Use Control Board also unanimously voted to approve the project. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Colleagues, any questions? All those in favor of sending item 4 down with a positive recommendation, signify by saying aye. Aye. I'm also an aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Back to item 2, SUP 20-16, 2906, Old Austin P Highway. Can I get a motion and a second for this item? Moved by Smiley, seconded by Warren. Administrator Whitehead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Mr. Davis.
Brett Davis, Division of Planning and Development. This is case SUP 20-16, an application for a special use permit to allow the sale of used cars. I believe this has been heard in this committee before. It's been held a series of times for a variety of reasons, but for the last few holds at the request of the applicant. So I'm just going to do a quick presentation. This is owned by the Octopus Group, Inc. It's about 1/4 of an acre, and it's zoned commercial mixed use 3 or higher intensity commercial district. The land is located in Raleigh. Here's a zoning map that shows it is located in a whole area of CMU 3 zoning. So a regional commercial district is how we should think of the zoning here. And the land use more or less correlates with that. The red is commercial. We see along Stage Road is pink on this block, along the north side of this block, which signifies office uses. Got auto insurance and some other office uses. Here are some photographs of the site. So you can see that signage has already been installed for the proposed business, although it doesn't have approval. And here we see some asphalt that's been thrown down without permits, and our condition of approval would require that curb and gutter be installed here in lieu of what's been put in there today. Here we see this land in the original plan of Raleigh, just for general interest, right on the old public square. And this is a key point. We look at the future land use designation of this land in the Memphis 3.0 comprehensive plan, which organizes the city around anchors or commercial nodes Instead of long commercial corridors, the plan envisions neighborhood centers with residential areas around those centers to sort of feed the use of that land. So just on the other side of Stage Road here is one of those anchors as proposed by this plan. And that would make this land part of the surrounding anchor neighborhood or feeder neighborhood to that anchor. Although it's zoned mostly commercial, this is really intended to be in the future a residential feeder to that anchor. And so when we get a special use permit application, we do look at that plan, and we found that it was inconsistent with Memphis 3.0. For that reason, we are recommending rejection. That said, the Land Use Control Board, it did recommend approval. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Colleagues, Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, I know you all are familiar with this case, and I'd just like to share with you that we have met with the developer, well, the owners and the residents and elected officials in the area. We talked about it from every angle in here. We do not approve of this this request, this application, because it is inconsistent with public interest as well as Memphis 3.0. As you stated, this is in the heart of the historic area of Raleigh, one of the oldest areas in the county, because Raleigh was the county seat prior to Memphis. So it's a historical district. And we spent over 2 years with Memphis 3.0 process. And we want to make sure when we do things like that, that it means something. You know, if we're going to go through this, spend money going through this process, and we determine that this is a nurture anchor, that means just that. Used car lots, gas stations, used tire places, auto mechanic, tow trucks, anything like that is not in line with the vision. And, you know, as you noted in the report, used vehicle sales often associated with crime, traffic, and unaesthetic outdoor storage. And it may have an adverse impact on both types of neighboring uses. This is from this packet right here, and it's consistent with the heart of what the community is saying. There's a lot of money and work that has gone into this anchor. You know, the city has spent a lot of money over there. And just the gentleman this morning stated that we're finally getting businesses and industries to come to this area. We don't want to start putting car lots, used tire sales, gas stations, and all of that in the mix. Plus that little area right there, as I stated before, has high crime already. It's already, you know, an area that we're trying to clean up. So, I was on the call with the residents, listening to their concerns with the owner. And it's not that people don't want to see them in business. It has nothing to do with that. It's that location is not consistent with the plan for the area. So with that, colleagues, just as if you all have brought things in your district that you're representing on behalf of your constituents, and we tend to look to you as the expert in that area or the voice of the people, that's what I would ask you in this case, to make sure that you understand that it's a part of a overall goal that we're trying to do in the area in District 1. So with that being said, and the fact that the staff who was a part of that process rejected it, wanted it rejected, because you all were part of 3.0. The Land Use Control Board, just as Board of Adjustments, I made that comment this morning that I hope moving forward that they be aligned with where the city is going with Memphis 3.0, which represents the voice of the people. And so with that, I would hope that my colleagues would support the voice of the people and reject this application.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Smiley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think this is a unique, it's a little bit different than some of the other things that I've been seeing. I've actually went out to the site,
and drove by, walked around it, paid particular attention to the surrounding areas. This is not too far from my law office. Usually I'm in agreement with Councilwoman Logan. Here, I'm not in line with her comments on this one for various reasons. If you all of my colleagues had an opportunity to go see the site, if you look just across the street, you have a rather rundown hotel. Right diagonal from that, you have an empty lot that is not aesthetically pleasing. Most of the area, if I can be very direct and honest, is not aesthetically pleasing. If you take a look at this particular building, and I could care less whether it's a car lot or whatever it is, it's the only new building there. You can tell the owner spent a significant amount of money investing in the infrastructure, investing in the building, getting down asphalt. And, to be honest with you, as a business owner and entrepreneur myself, with this type of investment, I think you want to motivate people in the city to go out into the community, find areas of improvement and invest in it, especially younger owners like this one. And I think it'll be a slap in the face for us to say, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, find something that needs improvement, invest in it, and you never know, the city council might tell you no. I just have a hard time voting against this one, especially considering the area surrounding it. You have areas that just an area that needs a lot of TLC, and this is in my view, a significant improvement compared to anything around it. You have abandoned lot, a vacant lot. You have a rundown hotel. You have a gas station that's just in disrepair. And now these particular owners you can just look at the building, have invested at least $100,000 into making something better. I just have a hard time saying no to that. Yeah, so I can't vote against it, and I would just be curious to hear from some of my other colleagues about it. But I'm not a hard no. I'm not a no at all on this. I just think this is different. We're talking about people who put money into the area, put money into the property, and by an objective standard or a subjective standard, it represents an improvement to the area. Rundown gas station, an old hotel that needs TLC, a vacant lot, and this is the only building that looks decent. The only building. And then we talk about wanting to support small business owners. Well, this is a small business owner. So we're going to tell every small business owner that spends $100,000, I can't go spend $100,000. I'm not sure many people on this council can go spend $100,000, and then for a body who has not put any money into it to tell them no after they spent $100,000. I just can't get with that. I hope we could follow the land use control board. If there are some problems with it, tell them to fix it. But to just tell them flat out no after spending a significant amount of money. Small business owner, entrepreneurs, trying to do right, and we're going to tell them no.
Thank you, Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Logan, I'm going to come back to you, but I'm going to let Councilwoman Johnson and Dr. Warren speak first, if that's okay.
Okay.
And I'll let you finish. Okay.
Again, I ask questions for clarification. Is it normal for a person to go and totally renovate a building prior to getting a special use permit?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Yes, unfortunately, we have a lot of contractors that do work without permits. It is, and that's where most of our salaries come from in the Division of Planning and Development are permits. So it's personal. That to the side, what we're about to implement come July 19th is for my staff, the staff that you see, all 8 of them, we're going to be reviewing every building permit request and do a quick zoning review. That will capture some people. That'll capture the people that are getting building permits who are forced to say, what use are you doing? Because auto repair is a different animal than auto service, right? One is permitted, one is not. Car lots, et cetera, gas stations, et cetera. But that will not capture, and nothing will ever capture, the renegade builder who does not get a permit.
Okay. Next question. So I don't know, do you know if you got a permit to even do the renovations? Did anybody check on that?
To my knowledge, no permits were pulled for the asphalt or the new fencing that was installed. Sign permits were pulled, and we did talk with the sign department and say along what Mr. Whitehead was saying, these sign permits probably shouldn't have been issued for a use that doesn't have the proper zoning, but they were issued.
Okay. Next question. What other possible use could this building be used for?
Almost any type of retail use or other sort of service, with the exception of vehicle sales or gas sales. But it's a high intensity commercial district.
So the special use is to be allowed to do vehicle sales, which is not allowed in that particular area.
Correct. Vehicle sales are not allowed by right in any of the CMU districts. You have to be in an industrial zoning district to have that be a by right use.
Let me ask you this question. You may say, I don't believe she asked it, but I'm asking. Can you define vehicle sales for me?
So in the code, we treat vehicle sales, leasing, and rental as the same use of the same intensity. But essentially a use that's duly permitted by the state, that has space for at least 15 cars for sale or for lease or rent.
Now, what about exchange? I was told that the location was supposed to be for an exchange, meaning that a person would have purchased a car online, the car would have been brought there, and then the new owner would have picked it up. Is that different?
No, ma'am.
You call that sales as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Even though the sale didn't take place there on the site. This is a transfer or exchange lot.
Yes, ma'am.
You making that up or adding that to I'm just asking because I don't recall reading that.
Well, the point of sale, Mr. Chairman,
exchange.
Zoning enforcement is one of the most difficult tasks of a municipal government. It is whacking moles left and right. And I'm afraid that if we were not to define that kind of exchange as a car lot, we would open up yet another wrinkle through which water could seep out. And it, in my opinion, would just make enforcement even more difficult.
It's also in the name is always helpful for us when trying to categorize a use. So, if you call yourself People First Auto Sales.
I was just trying to come up with other uses for the lot. That's all I was trying to say. What else? Because I'm like smiling to a certain extent. It's difficult to tell a gentleman no when so much money has been placed into it. But by the same time, part of our problem with being business, so you got to learn the law and the process. So if they went forward hoping and then was slowed down, I guess I don't know what the long range thought would have been, but okay, you've answered my questions and I appreciate them.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you.
Councilman Warren.
Yeah. Thank you, and Councilman Robinson has a question answered me. A couple of things. So you're saying they did not have a zoning, they didn't have a construction permit to build, or do you know they didn't have one for sure? That they didn't have a construction permit for their fence or for their asphalt?
No.
That is correct.
That is correct.
The building is not a new building.
It's not a new building, so they needed a repair permit to paint it and do what they did to it?
to paint a building does not require a building permit. I do not believe they did any structural alterations that would have required.
So they didn't really need a permit for that.
The asphalt and fencing would have required permits, and no permits.
So the person who's responsible for getting those things, would that be the person owning the building or the person who's doing the work?
In both cases, I think it would be the same party as the applicant for the special use permit.
So like, because I'm, building a house and I haven't pulled a permit yet. I'm assuming the contractors
cut his mic off.
I'm assuming the contractors that pull that permit. I don't know how to pull permits for that. And so I'm thinking, if I'm paying someone and they're the contractor, they pull the permits. I'm just wondering, is that the normal way this works?
If I may.
Yeah.
Councilman, when I have work done, I tell my contractor I need a permit. Their response is almost universally, "Are you sure?" And so I have to tell them, "Yes, I am sure."
Okay, well, I'm pretty sure that I've got one. So we're okay. But, okay, yeah, I'm sure it's supposed to be heavy. So I guess my other question is, I've been out and I've seen this, and I have to agree with Councilman Smiley. It's by far the best looking piece of property in that area. And I'm wondering, what was the difference between land use control and your decisions? Why did they say this is okay, and why did you say not? Because if what we're looking at is it's a 3.0 issue, I think it's going to be really hard to get anybody to move into that general area unless you have something in that area that looks better than what you've got now. So what was your thinking on that? Why did they say yes and you said no?
Well, the Land Use Control Board, I don't believe, said too much on the issue, to be honest with you, at the hearing. But I would imagine that having a business owner applying for a special use permit and having no one in the audience in opposition played a role.
Thank you. That's the end of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Robinson, followed by Councilwoman Logan, followed by Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Robinson.
I appreciate all the questions of the council members, and I appreciate Councilwoman Logan doing her due diligence. I have been in her shoes before when other council people exert their interest in another area. I went out there and actually looked because it was around the corner from where I spent 17 years of my life working for MLTW. That corner is much improved. But I didn't know anything about pulling permits, but I know that building looks, they say they may have painted it. No, they got some stucco up there, some new asphalt. It is much improved, and it makes the community actually look better. My concern is across the city, when we say we don't want any more of these auto sales places in our communities, we got to, I'm with Councilwoman Cheyenne Johnson, we've got to define more exactly what we mean. So if they have a place that this is where you come and negotiate your car, but it's actually not being sold off the lot, they're ordering it from somewhere and you go pick it up, is that the same kind of business that everybody else is doing? Do they need to have it? Do we need to ask them to modify their business plan where when they purchase a car from somewhere else, it goes directly to the person who purchased it rather than stopping there? Is there something that we can do in our language where we can clarify what it is that we're doing and what makes sense for our communities, and not just saying yes or no, but saying here are the possibilities?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, there is room, as I'm thinking, to amend the zoning code, which would be up to the discretion of this body and the county commission across the street, to allow for some sort of, we could call it a car exchange. From my perspective, the biggest land use issue surrounding a car lot is the cars being tested around the neighborhood, the cars being stored overnight, etc. If you could reduce that number, I'm just making up a number here. If you said a car exchange is a car sales establishment with fewer than 4 cars ever on the premises at once, there's probably a world in which the city council would say, okay, in that kind of environment, we may be interested in allowing that in more zoning districts than where we permit our quote unquote car lots, which can be as big as, Sarah Chevrolet.
Okay,
So that's a definite
Possibility.
yes.
So are we at a place that we can have that conversation rather than voting this up or down now, that we actually look into that? Because I'm sure there are other people who want to have some interest in that kind of business agreement.
Well, the beautiful thing about a special use permit is we can condition it. So we can, rather than hold this applicant, whether you vote yes or no, a hold in many cases is the worst scenario because you don't have a solid answer. Rather than hold this applicant for several months for us to amend the UDC, which takes some time, you could condition this approval, and I'm looking at the staff report, but also the resolution itself with the conditions, and we can add a condition that says no more than X cars may be stored outside. I don't know if there's as much problem with indoor storage from a land use perspective, but that would be one potential idea. And to do the next thing to the next person in these shoes until we fix the code, quote unquote.
Okay. So may I ask a question, Mr. Chair, of Councilwoman Logan?
Yes, ma'am.
Councilwoman Logan, what was the angst or the concern of the people in the community?
First of all, thank you. May I respond to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The fact that it was a car sales lot, period. That was the thing. The second thing was there are about 35 or 40 spaces. And even though, and the gentleman initially told, in the public meeting, told the community that they would have about 15 to 20 cars. Then it was 10 to 8 cars, and now it's 5 to 8 cars. But the concern is once you get the permit, you can do what you want to. The second thing is you all are seeing the money that was spent, but you have to think about the fact that anybody can just go and build a building and say they didn't know that they had to get a permit, and it's in your neighborhood. Then with the things that you're saying now, because they go and spend $200,000, $100,000, $10,000, where do you cut that off? Because $10,000 could mean $200 to somebody else if they spend $10,000, but they didn't go through the proper channels to get the building done, and it's in your neighborhood or it's in your community. But because they didn't know, does the amount of money that they spent change the fact that there's a process that we have in due diligence and there's a process that we have in the city government? Now, if you want to forego that process, that's a whole nother conversation. But the fact still remains, you need the permit to do to build, or else anybody can come to your neighborhood and build something and say they didn't know. The second thing, and you can't hold the neighborhood hostage. You're talking about a building. I'm talking about a business. The way you conduct business is reflected in how you start your business and how you handle the public and how you go through the process. After you, if this is voted for, and after everyone leaves, the neighborhood and the community still has to deal with this company on how they do business. I'm not looking at a building. I'm looking at how do you do business, because that's reflective in how you're going to treat the community. And that's one of the things that the community noted, that if you didn't go through the process the right way, there's a lot about business that you may not know. We have some other beautiful businesses that have come in and millennials are some of the ones who mentioned the fact that it wasn't put up right. I mean, the process was, didn't go through the process right. And we have some millennials on that strip. One is opening Saturday, Soul Nutrition, wonderful business. They went through their process. We're all excited about it because that's the type of business we want. It's a smoothie shop, and, everybody's excited about it. We have the Starbucks, you got Chick-fil-A coming in, some other things that are coming. I understand that the gentleman, spent a lot of money, but no one told him to do that. He wasn't authorized to do it. It was unauthorized. And so that's the other thing. The main thing was the fact that it's a car lot. That was the opposition. Whether you say you're going to do a car exchange, nobody's heard of, that's not something that's in the language that's in this application. The application is for a car lot, the used car sales. And that was another thing, the amount of money that the people would be spending on the cars was not high end. And so, to your point, that, and I stated when I first started that corner is already being worked on because it's not what we want. It's not what the community wants. It's where we're going with it. But if we start to put liquor stores, car lots, tire sales on the lot, we'll never get to the design that the community came up with in 3.0. It's happening on one end of the street. Now we're trying to make it happen on the other end. And right next to it, the city is spending money linking Epping Way, what do you call it? The Greenway at Epping Way with the Greenway at Kennedy Park, right there at the intersection. And you're going to have children riding bikes, adults walking and riding bikes from one end of Greenway to the other. And we're trying to clean it up so it will be more walkable, not put used car sales right there in the intersection where people are going to be going test driving cars, like you said, or whether they're picking it up and test driving it or whatever they're doing. That's not the use there. And you mentioned a gas station and a hotel. Well, I brought that up from the very first presentation, that these are some things that we're trying to get rid of. We're not trying to add businesses that are going to be in conflict with what the original 3.0. So the main thing is that we don't want to hold the community hostage with the business that'll be run from that beautiful building, as you say. It may not be beautiful business, and it may not be good for the community based on how everything that has been seen so far. Two, the money was spent, but it wasn't spent the way it should have been. I'm sorry the fact that he spent that much money and didn't have permitting or whatever was needed, but that goes to show you if you don't know how to do business, you may not do it properly. And I'm not speaking to him as far as I don't know him outside of this project. And I'm just one vote on this, so I'm just giving you all information to think about on behalf of the community, not your tour of one day on what they tell you they're going to do, but you see what's on this paper and you see how they entered to the process. So I'm just asking that just as we looked at the things, the moratorium on the car lots or the things that we want to do in South Memphis, we also want those things in the north side of town to be congruent with the voice of the people. If there's somewhere down the line that we as a body determine that we want to allow auto exchange and we come up with that verbiage, I could, I'm one vote in the body. That's something we can look at. But for this right here, this is auto sales. And they have every intention of selling cars at this place. Thank you. So I appreciate you all listening and keeping an open mind. I'm one vote, but I do hope that you all will understand and know that I always go to the community and find out what is it that you want. I've even talked to elected officials and asked them about their constituents, what they've heard, and they all said the same thing. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Smiley.
Yeah, I'll try to be brief. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Whitehead, quick question for you. Prior to the owners taking possession of this property, what was the use of the building previously?
A vehicle service.
A vehicle service, meaning car repairs. What do you mean by vehicle service?
Vehicle services we use that term for our lowest level vehicle maintenance kind of use. So a Firestone establishment is vehicle service. Jiffy Lube is vehicle service. Once you get into engine repair, we treat you basically the same way as we treat you as a car lots. We require a special use permit.
Okay, so basically the building previously had some type of function related to automotive.
Correct.
Okay. And then my second point that I want to address is we talked, Councilwoman Logan mentioned business dealings. Okay. I will say this, as it relates to business dealings, this council can't dictate how people conduct their business. We don't know the inner workings of every business in the city. There are several businesses across the city. Some people may say they have, fraudulent practices, but guess what? We're not expecting their books. We don't know who's in and outside of the businesses, but what we do know is what we see.
And here, what we see and what we know, based on what we heard today, we know that this business was previously dealt with auto services. The building was usually used for auto services, and now they're trying to convert it to, I guess, an auto sales place. I'll leave it there. And we talk about neighborhood comments. So again, this is right around the corner from my law firm. You take just a scan of the neighborhood, the scan of that direct vicinity within a mile, not many homes. Directly across the street, a rundown hotel. Are we going to ask that hotel? Are we going to destroy that hotel? We're going to knock down the hotel? Right by the hotel, you have a rundown gas station. Are we going to knock down that gas station? Because all of these things play a part in who is going to invest in this community. And if I had $1 million, I wouldn't invest in this area unless there is something there that says, oh, this is a bright shining light. This building looks nice. Okay, we have potential here. This building, which was converted from an auto service place, looks nice. We want to inspire, we want to encourage people to invest in their community. These people are from the community. Don't we want them to encourage people to invest in the community? And then another thing, we talk about the process. In my profession, there is a term of art phrase called substantial compliance. Here, true enough that, okay, I'm gonna be quiet, but true enough that they missed maybe one or two things that they should have done. However, they did go through the process, which means they're before the Land Use Control Board, they're before the Office of Planning and Development. They're trying. Are we gonna, say they can't do it because they made some mistakes along the way? That's, with that I yield. And whatever this body deems advisable, I'm cool with.
Thank you, Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Johnson.
Question. Will the applicant be able to speak this afternoon? Okay, so they'll be able to defend themselves to a certain extent. Second, if we vote this down, will the applicant be able to come in and apply for another special permit use immediately, or is there a time frame that has to be?
There would be a 5-year waiting period.
Oh, no, that ain't right.
We call it the Norris and Hernando rule.
I almost want to actually explain.
My rule, huh?
Why did you bring that up?
And they're trying to bring it back, so that's my rule. There you go.
5 years.
Unless waived by the council. So that, we expanded that from 2 years to 5 years, but the language has always allowed the council to sponsor a resolution that would enable a party to file that application. So that's the out from that rule.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. That was for clarity. That's all.
Councilor Ford.
Okay, I want to ask one question. Did they get a business permit?
I don't believe so. Councilman, I was on our online permitting software, and it shows the only permit requested through our office was a sign permit.
First thing they should have done was went downtown and got a business permit. He would have found out that, hey, he did his own things, okay? I'm in business. I have a funeral home. I'm looking for a second place, but I know I got to go find the place. I got to make sure that it's zoned correctly and everything else before I spend a dime in it. I ain't gonna spend no money and it ain't zoned right, okay? I got another friend that tried to put a funeral home in somebody's in the neighborhood. Tamita, you all know that? Hello? No better. Okay? Huh? Off the building first. There you go, and want to do everything. No. They don't mean right in the beginning when they do things like that. Now, he could spend $1 million because he can say 4, 5, 6 cars. We approve this. He'll have 40 cars over there, okay? He'll do just the opposite. I can tell you about that over on 3rd Street and a few other places that, hey, these people, especially when you come down to auto sales, they tell you one thing and you do completely different. But that's the first thing he should have done when he got him business license. Then he should have checked the zoning part before he spent any money if he was trying to do what was right. But if he went and did this, trying to avoid, that's just like you, Dr. Warren said, you ain't got no permit on the house.
I didn't say that.
I
I said I didn't apply for
You
it.
did. Dr. Warren neither confirms nor denies.
Major thing, hey, you don't have to go get the permit, but I guarantee you your contract to you. Because you don't want to come in there and tear everything else back down. Okay? But they don't mean well, y'all. Because he did something, he put this big old sign up here. You know, but hey, if you approve it, he's going to do just the opposite because you all have approved it. Now I can do anything that I want to do. And how many times does that happen? How many times does that happen when we approve things they do just opposite?
Councilman, enough that our code has a revocation procedure for special use permits.
Yeah, and that's why but he didn't go back, right?
All right, colleagues, any other questions, comments? All those in favor of sending this downstairs without recommendation, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. We will send item number 2 down without recommendation. Last item, colleague, number 5, SUP 21-11, bounded by Southfront, Peabody Place, South Main, and Beale at motion and a second. Moved by Ford, seconded by Smiley. Administrator Whitehead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Mr. Penza.
This is SUP 20-11. The applicant is the Downtown Memphis Commission. It is located in Council District 6 and Super District 8 within the block bounded by South Front Street, Peabody Place, South Main Street, and Beale Street. So the request that is before you is a parking garage. That is the aspect of the request that requires a special use permit. The project itself is actually a multimodal facility that has ground floor retail space for restaurants and a bicycle retail storage component with showers and lockers. The actual commercial parking garage aspect is approximately 960 spaces, which will be nestled amongst these uses and will be screened from the public view and create a facade that is complementary to the surrounding buildings. And then go to the site plan. So this area highlighted in orange on the site plan, that is actually currently public right-of-way. So as part of this request, it was conditioned that the applicant needs to either request that this be vacated through the SAC process or through the administrative process, which is subject to the approval of the city real estate department. And this use is within the Memphis 3.0 anchor neighborhood urban land use designation, and the form, height of building, the multimodal transportation options, the increase in the mix of uses, and reduction of surface parking via the structured parking and demand management options is consistent with this plan. Next slide. With this, the Office of Plan Development recommended approval with conditions, and the Land Use Control Board also unanimously recommended approval with conditions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Chair. I have several questions for the applicant, but due to the amount of time, and since we're sending this down with no recommendation, I move the previous question on the item.
Thank you, sir. Colleagues, all those in favor of sending item 5 down without recommendation?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Item 5 will be heard at 3:30 without recommendation. Anything else before planning and zoning? We are adjourned.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have all of about, 15 minutes of fun and adventure. I have my Nicorette gum out. I am your chairman, Frank Colvett. This is the City Council Executive Committee. Today, July 6th. The time is 3:08. I call the meeting to order. Get a roll call.
Councilman Canale. Here. Councilman Carlisle. Here. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford. Here. Councilwoman Johnson. Here. Councilman Jones. Here. Councilwoman Logan.
What?
Sorry.
The chair observes a quorum. Thank you.
Councilman Robinson. He stopped. I thought something was happening.
I thought we were done. I'm sorry.
No. Okay. Councilman Morgan. Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Councilman Swearingen. Present. Councilman Robinson. Present.
Yeah.
Councilman Warren. I'm sorry.
Present. There you go. All right, the chair observes a quorum. I apologize. 10 different things at once. Before we begin our meeting today, it is my pleasure as chairman to recognize the council staff. And today, one of our very own. He does not seek recognition, but he's going to get it anyway. Our very own Cedric Young has celebrated 25 years with the city of Memphis for our world. Most importantly, of course, he's a Cowboys fan, but our very own, we'll not talk about Jerry Jones, but the Cowboys, we love him. Cedric began with the Memphis Police Department 25 years ago, and he was named the city council liaison, I think it was about 10 years ago. But in 2017, the council made him a permanent staff member in the legislative division, and since he has been our chief of security. And I know that you probably won't do another 25 years with us, but I kind of hope you would. Cedric, thank you so much for your service.
Cedric.
Thank you, Ced.
Thanks, Ced.
All right, rolling right along. Item one, we have 3 items, by the way. We have one additional to our agenda. So item one is an introduction to the Memphis Academy of Civic Engagement. This is requested by Councilman Smiley. Councilman Smiley, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Also, thank the council members. I think in April of 2021, this body approved a resolution creating and forming the Memphis Academy of Civic Engagement. As a part of that resolution, there was a provision that said, once the academy was formed, that we would bring it back before this body, just so we'll know who the members of the entity were. So the Memphis Academy of Civic Engagement includes a dean, an associate dean, and 5 members of the Board of Admissions. With us today, we have 2 people that I've come to respect and admire. The former councilwoman, we all know her. We've all learned from her. I'm pretty sure we've all heard from her, Councilwoman Tawan Stout-Mitchell. And we also have someone I've recently heard from, Miss Himes. So with that, I would like them to just briefly say a few words. They serve as the dean. Tawan Stout-Mitchell serves as the dean, and the associate dean is Miss Himes. So with that, I would like to hear from you all briefly, and then I would go ahead and introduce the Board of Admissions. Unmute yourself, Councilwoman.
You hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. We hear you well.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, and congratulations to Cedric first, who has been a stellar employee of service for the city of Memphis, and to all of you, especially to my Councilwoman Patrice Robinson from District 3, and my dear friend, Councilman Edmund Ford, but to each of you and Mr. Smiley, I want to say Attorney Smiley. This is going to be a wonderful and exciting time for citizens. It will give us the opportunity to engage them in 7 weeks of coursework about the city of Memphis, its operations, its functions, how we receive our money from taxes, as well as the major businesses that contribute to our pile of money for city operations. It also gives citizens the opportunity to know the culture, the history of Memphis, as well as the departments of city government and how they serve each of them and each citizen in this city. It gives you a good opportunity to have ambassadors from your districts. And I cannot applaud you enough for the foresight and leadership in getting citizens actively involved in city government and be ambassadors for the city. I'm excited about it. And that's why, too, I really wanted to bring a new face to the team, Sharika Himes, who has done several workshops in the city of Memphis and corporate, as well as I have seen her volunteer for Women United and other agape services and other worthwhile causes. And I thought she would be a wonderful addition in helping with logistics as we lay out this program. I'm so happy for that Councilman Smiley thought of me. And I look forward to an exciting 7 weeks of coursework. And we've got some dynamic speakers, and I hope you will be pleased. Sharika?
Ms. Himes, you're gonna greet us, at least say hello, and then we're gonna move on.
Absolutely. So thank you so much, Councilman Smiley, Attorney Smiley, and thank you to each and every one of the council, and congratulations, Cedric, on such a wonderful accomplishment. I just want to say that I am incredibly excited as a resident of Shelby County to be a part of this initiative. Thank you for the thought leadership about how do we activate our citizens, how do we get them involved, and how do we empower them to be the change that they want to see in their community. And I'm incredibly excited about the opportunity to walk alongside my mentor, Tawan South Mitchell. And so I'm excited to serve, and I'm looking forward to this being something that people talk about for decades and decades to come.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So they are responsible for implementing also a program, but also, coursework for the citizens of Memphis to go through those who apply. And then we'll move on to the Board of Admissions. We have Mr. Sam Goff. He's on. Say hello briefly, and then we're going to briefly just name the other members of the Board of Admissions, whose role and responsibility to go through the create the application, go through the application process, and choose the individuals who will be a part of the initial cohort. Mr. Goff, you want to say hello to the council?
Yes, JB, thank you so much, Councilman. I appreciate the opportunity to continue to work with the community. It's an honor to be on this admissions team, and I look forward to the work in front of us.
Thank you, Mr. Goff. So we have Mr. Goff, we have Maria Boldrin, we have known to all of us, Ms. Rashawn Austin. We also have former Deputy City Attorney Amber Floyd, and we have Reverend Anthony Anderson that serves on the Board of Admissions. With that, first, I just want to thank the council for, supporting this vision that, we've had. And hopefully, when it's time for the initial cohort to come, we all come and greet the initial cohort. Because I do believe this would be something wonderful for the city of Memphis. Thank you all. That's all for me.
Thank you. Any other council members seeking recognition? Martavius?
Next item.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for serving. Mrs. Stout Mitchell, thank you for your counsel over the years. And my seeing this presentation was my first inkling that you are involved with it. And I know that your involvement with it, you will have other civic-minded people and really have the, a cadre of people. One of the things, colleagues, I think that if we had, this is the first step towards our having a more informed electorate. And more informed electorate make some of the decisions that we do, although they may not necessarily agree with them, but having proper information, at least they understand it a little bit more than they would otherwise. So I'm encouraged to the way that you do.
Thank you. You're so correct.
Seeing no other council members seeking recognition. Thank you so much. We look forward to hearing great things from you. Moving right along, and in the interest of time, item number 2 is an ordinance to amend the City of Memphis Code of Ordinances, Chapter 16, Health and Sanitation, to protect the public health and environment, preserve the Memphis Sand Aquifer, and promote environmental justice. All council districts sponsored by Councilman Warren. Councilman Warren, you have the floor to present the ordinance and withdraw, of course, item 33. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under the advice of our city attorney, I am officially withdrawing ordinance number 5782 that was on today's full agenda for a third and final reading. With that advice, I'm also introducing a substitute resolution to replace ordinance 5782. I'm asking my colleagues move this ordinance downstairs with no recommendation for a first reading that will be held at our July 20th meeting. And I so move.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilman Warren, seconded by Councilman Smiley. There will be no discussion since our attorney is not here. So all in favor of sending this with no recommendation to the July 20th meeting for a first reading and potentially having this back in committee also, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, and rights and privileges, and opinion of the chair, it's unanimous. We will see it all July 20th. We have additional item 3, a resolution to amend the council FY22 grant allocations. This is all council districts, sponsored by Council Lady Easter Thomas. Councilman Smiley, request for same night minutes. Council Lady Easter Thomas, Councilman Smiley, you have the floor.
Real quick, we heard from Operation Take Back 901 during Councilwoman Easter Thomas's committee. They're hosting a back to school bash mid-August, and we have the resolution coming around before this right now. Essentially, what we want to do is get them some funds of our remaining council grants so they can make that back to school bash fulfilling for those individuals who come and those individuals who are in need. So we are allocating $1,000 from what I have remaining and $1,000 from Councilman Easter Thomas. So a total of $2,000. With that, I so move.
All right, been moved by Smiley, properly seconded by Councilman Warren. Seeing no members of the queue, I assume you're ready to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, and rights and privileges. Opinion of the chair, it is unanimous. It goes downstairs, same night minutes. All right, we have one hold, item 32. Of course, I'll announce it downstairs also. That will be held until July 20th. Item 33 has been withdrawn. That brings us to our add-ons, 36 through 40. Item 36 is a resolution to amend the council's FY22 grant allocation sponsored by Councilman Ford Sr. Request for same night minutes. Item 37 is a resolution to accept the appropriation and allocation of the U.S. Department of Treasury second funding allocation in the amount of $24,532,239.10 for the Division of Housing and Community Development's emergency, rental, and utility assistance in response to the pandemic. All council districts sponsored by the administration. The request is for same night minutes. Item 38 is a resolution to appropriate a construction allocation in the amount of $500,000 to repair curb and gutters in the city of Memphis, project STO 3211, all council districts sponsored by the administration. Request for same night minutes. Item 39, a resolution requesting to reallocate funds in the amount of $5,811,887 CIP project GS01032 to acquire the Coke facility 499 South Hollywood, the constructed fueling center. Council District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Request for same night minutes. Item 40, resolution to amend council FY22 grant allocations. All council districts sponsored by Council Lady Easter Thomas, Councilman Smiley. Request for same night minutes. Our same night minutes requested will be 15, 16, 17, 18, 31, 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40. Is there any objection, questions, or thoughts? Hearing none, I see you approved. There being no further business, any other members seek recognition?